and letters and sentences, but it's also about everything that you can't see and everything that's incomprehensible to you, all the things you can't decode. And so what he started to do is he started to teach reading by meeting these groups of adults and going, hey, what are the things that you're really struggling with? Where are the places where you lack power in your lives? And then helping them read in order to solve those problems. And the numbers were off the charts. Like he basically got almost the entire country literate in just a couple years. In other words, he taught people how to read words by giving them the information they needed to create positive social change. And so when I talk about critical consciousness, I've borrowed it to say, to do the same thing for men, or actually for everyone. I mean, there's no reason it even has to be for men. To do the same thing for everyone. I want to show everyone how we can apply critical consciousness to all the systems, all the situations, and the worlds in which we participate. And I want us to start that by really undoing the narratives of patriarchy, right? In my book, I'm a little bit more specific. I take another description. I don't just say patriarchy. I use the term that Bell Hooks used, which is white, supremacist, imperialist, capitalist patriarchy, which is just to acknowledge all the interlocking power systems that create our world. And we need to own them so we can have those difficult conversations about how we make them work for us and more inclusive for all of us. So I want to start with just the narratives of patriarchy here, and I want to think about how everyone can become completely literate when it comes to reading the patriarchy, right? When it comes to looking at it and being able to say, how can I see the things that are happening around me that are enforcing patriarchal values, that are enforcing problematic power dynamics, problematic power differentials. And I'm going to just give you a couple examples. I'm going to start with the idea of the male gaze, which is, this is a term that comes from feminist art critics, and that's a kind of good quote that defines it. But basically, I think it's a question of how women in particular are socialized or taught. I mean, we should just use the extreme word, right? How they're groomed, right, to see their body as something that is always to be viewed by men, right? There's always a man viewing it on the other end. And so in the university where I teach, I see this. I can see this as people walk around. I can see it all the time, right? Half the students are wearing things that are very tight and showing a lot of skin and trying to get attention from other people, and the other half are wearing oversized things to make sure that nobody's looking. Both of these normalize the idea that someone would be looking, right? And that it's okay for someone to be looking, right? Even if you have to be guarded from that, it's still because you assume that it's a reasonable thing to have happen. So in both cases, you're taking the kind of normalized male gaze for granted. This is something that is all. I mean, I can use an example. I'm sure. Even when you make a joke at the Oscars about somebody's appearance, as we all just saw happen, right? You're sort of normalizing this idea that we're supposed to be judging appearances, right? That's an okay thing to be doing in any circumstance. And then I'll just use another unrelated example that I was thinking about recently about my own mother. When I went to therapy, did a lot of psychotherapy when I was well, I still do some of it. And this is a great example of what some people call benevolent sexism, meaning sexism that masquerades as being good, right? Is that we think about all the positive things and what a huge impact our mothers have on us. Well, I got to therapy, and the first thing I did was I sat down and I went, let me tell you all the terrible things my mother did to make me feel the way that I feel right now, which is kind of a ridiculous thing because mothers are just normal human women who make all the same mistakes that we all make too, and we shouldn't even expect them to be perfect, right? Like even the idea that there's such a thing as a good, right mother and that it's not just a human being doing the best that they can is a pretty sexist assumption, right? You don't ever hear people be like, I need to talk, I mean, unless it's like abuse, you don't hear people go, I need to talk about the way my father talked about my toys because that really hurt me, right? But we do that with mom, right? Because we've got this assumption that mom's supposed to be perfect, should have done all the caretaking right. I found myself guilty of this and had to kind of undo that over the long term. So that's some examples of critical consciousness. The next one I'm going to talk about is the responsibility, not authority. And this one is pretty much what it sounds like, right? Responsibility literally means to being able to respond, right? And that sounds simple, being able to respond. But in fact, the patriarchal privilege, patriarchal entitlement, all the ways that men are socialized, right? We're taught that we're not supposed to be around, we're not supposed to respond, we're supposed to author. We're supposed to be the authorities. We're supposed to decide what reality is and make it happen. And we're not supposed to respond to the people around us, but rather tell them what to do. The word authority comes from the same root as author, right? Autos, self. It's a Greek word. It means self. It's also where authenticity comes from. And when we're talking about authenticity, it's good because it's about how do you find yourself in that sense. But when we're talking about authority, it's about how do you get to author the narratives of all the people around you. And that's not really responding. Hold on. I'm frozen up here. Here we go. In Father Figure, I talk about something called, in relationship to responsibility, I talk about something called narcissistic patriarchal authority. And that's the belief that the hero in every story is you, okay? If we have any gamers here? Yeah, gamers like to call this main character syndrome, right? Well, you know, if you go play, some of you probably have played Dungeons and Dragons when you were younger. It's the people who always think that their character must be the front of the story. Almost every man is taught that they are the main character of the story. They all have main character syndrome. They all have myself included, they all have narcissistic patriarchal authority. They've been taught to think that everyone around them is actually just a supplemental character in their story, right? Everybody else is just a minor character in their story. From a fatherhood perspective, that means you actually think that everybody else in the house, really what's going on is the home is a question of how well they're being fathered, right? Like that's the number one question, right? But that doesn't really make much sense. These are individuals, and these are people. And you know, in fact, well, it's true, of course, that we are all the protagonists of our own autobiographies, right? We'd have to be, right? Like, of course, you walk through and you're the main character in your head of your own story. But we have to acknowledge, in order to be responsible, that everybody else is also the main character of their story, right? So basically, we're in colliding myths, and what that means is while you are probably the main character in your own story, you're probably the evil villain in someone else's. I'm often the evil villain in my teenager's story, I can tell. Or you're the Obi-Wan Kenobi mentor, or you're the troll beneath the footbridge, or you're the like romantic interest, or maybe you're the like, you know, goofy sidekick, right? But you are being asked to do different things, and the goal is how do you do that with authenticity, not how do you convert the story so that you're the focus of it, right? Especially when it comes to leadership, whether that's parenting leadership or other leadership, it's really like what is it that my team needs from me right now? What role do I need to play, and how do I play that best? Not how do I become the star, right? So that's responsibility. The next one I'm going to talk about is anti-gender essentialism. And by the way, I'll warn you in advance, this is always the hardest one for people to sit with, so prepare yourself, okay? Okay, in Father Figure, I don't just call it gender essentialism, I call it locker room gender essentialism, and I call it locker room gender essentialism for two reasons. One, because I hated the locker room as a kid, okay? And I'm sure other people know this experience. I just hated the locker room. The locker room, I'm only going to talk about what it's like for boys because that's the only one I know. It's basically just boot camp for toxic masculinity, right? That's where they teach it. They spend years in the locker room just teaching you how to do it. Posturing, bullying, competing, right? Middle school kids are basically getting naked, taking showers, and then just being vulnerable and humiliated, right? Like that's the game in the locker room, and it's disgusting and horrible. It always felt wrong to me. But of course, I learned the rules, right? You have to learn the rules. I didn't get bullied. I became the bully because that's the only way to survive. Is you try to bully the ones that are smaller than you, just to keep the ones that are bigger than you from commenting, right? We all boys learn this, and we're told we have to. We're told that's what it means to be a man. And also I call it locker room gender essentialism because prepubescent boys, and having just gone through it with a few kids, they teach each other the most ridiculous, insane things about the difference between genders, okay? I can still remember, there are things that I learned in the locker room as a middle schooler that I didn't realize were wrong until I was middle-aged, right? It's dumb things that somebody, this is before internet porn, right? So this was like things they learned from their older brother. This was like things they learned from a lewd uncle. This is and they would tell it as if it's fact. They would talk like, women like this, you got to go do this, you got to get her, you got to do, and this is what was going, and then it built these ideas about what's naturally different between boys and girls. And the bottom line is, and I'll just say it to you, almost everything we have ever been taught about biological determinism, the difference between men and women from a psychological perspective, is false. It's just wrong. It has not. All of the science has disproved of all of it. Men are not from Mars. Women are not from Venus. It's not true. It is true that there's lots of things that we have been socialized and taught to respond in certain kinds of ways and to feel and to make meaning in certain kinds of ways that are different because we live in a society that tells us you're supposed to be this way, you're supposed to be that way, so we start to think in those ways, we automatically respond in those ways, but there is no male brain, there is no female brain, there is ultimately, if we could go back to a blank slate, there would be no psychological difference between men and women. And by the way, also the testosterone, the hormone thing, like testosterone, estrogen. Testosterone is not the male hormone. Estrogen is not the female hormone. The myth of testosterone being the thing that makes you aggressive, and it's not. We know you get more of testosterone if you do more aggressive things. It goes the other way, not that testosterone causes it. The myth that testosterone makes you aggressive goes back to ancient Greek warriors who used to eat bull testicles before they went into battle, okay? That's where that began. And estrogen's required for, I'm going to blush saying this one. Estrogen's required for erectile function, right? So I'm not going to I'll give you a second to picture that. It doesn't work. It doesn't work without the estrogen. So in fact, we should think of estrogen maybe as the aggressive. Anyway, the problem with all these things, I'm going to skip over that now, I'm embarrassed. The problem with all these things, the problem with all of our gender essentialist myths, right? And that's the word, that the gender essentialist, the problem with all these ideas that men are one way, women are another, is that it sets up what scholars call exemplary masculinities and femininities, right? And so that's just what it sounds right, like these ideals, right? This is when you turn on a TV show when you're a teenager, a young kid, and you turn on a TV show or like Mean Girls show, and you see how the girls are supposed to behave and the boys are, and you're always just trying to strive to do that, which none of us are, right? None of us are these cartoon characters, and so we basically always feel like we're not enough. No matter who you are, like you're not achieving that exemplary status, and that's ridiculous because nobody's achieving it, and that's the real danger here, right? That's the real horrible thing is that as soon as you have any kind of exemplary masculinity and femininity, you start to discriminate against people for not measuring up to your idea of what would be exemplary, and you start to do what scholars call gender policing. Right? Gender policing is just when you start to actually say things that implicitly say that to that, right? Every time if you think about teenagers again, any time they start to comment on somebody's appearance, right? They're not just being mean, they're not just being bullies, they're also policing gender exemplary ideas, right? Because if you go, hey, you're not skinny enough, hey, you're not pretty enough, hey, you're not wearing enough lipstick, you're also policing rules about what you're supposed to, about what would be right, what would be normal, and you're causing a lot, I mean, not just sadness, you're causing, I mean, we know it's causing a ton of discomfort, but absolutely, you're also just reinforcing that patriarchal ideas and power differentials all over the place. Almost all the things that we know, that we think of as gender essentialism, of gender tropes, actually they almost all date back, our most common ones, almost all date back only to the industrial era, believe it or not. That's what I found in my research, is that we tend to think they go further, but they really don't. And I'll just explain it really quickly. Before the industrial era, nobody went to work. Okay, work was at home, right? Nobody commuted, and there was no women barefoot and pregnant and men off working, right? That didn't happen. Everybody worked, everybody got up, even the children worked. We didn't even stop making children work until the 20th century, right? So everybody worked, so there was no idea that like women were just homemaking and men were out working. What happened in the industrial era, once there were factories and trains and office buildings, is we got this sort of cold sheet metal plate glass version of what it meant to be at work, and it was very sort of non-nurturing, non-emotional. And so to counteract that, we unconsciously also created this idea of home, which was going to be the nest, which was going to kind of, we sort of separated these two ideas, the aggression and the nurturing, that were once part of everybody, but put them separate. And then we started lying, and we started saying women's domain is the domain that is work, that is nurturing. And then we made the next mistake of deciding that we're going to build origin stories about how it's always been true, right? So even though the world has been changing all of forever, we decided to say what we needed to do in order to make the economies of the industrial era work. That actually dates all the way back to the cavemen, right? That's from the very beginning. That's what's always been true. And so this is. Oh, I didn't switch my slide here. So this is what I like to think of as origin. You can say origin myths. I tend to think almost all origin myths exist to maintain certain ideologies. So I've started calling them origin ideologies, right? I think the whole purpose of origin myths is to make us take certain ideas for granted, is to make us believe that certain things are unquestionable, to make us believe that certain things go without saying, right? And there's a couple ways these happen. I mean, one's the obvious one, the religious way, the theological, right? Where we all know some people like to take scripture and be like, I read it this way, so therefore that's how it's always been. Never mind that we're reading it in the context of our current life. And no insult on scripture here, just saying it doesn't say anything about how you're supposed to behave now, right? It might give you some hints that you can interpret from, but it's not describing our times. Another way people do it all the time is the sort of somatic psychological. That's what I was talking about, where they start to say, hey, there's something in the body. There's a male brain, there's a female brain. It's unbelievable the amount of money that gets spent just to try to prove that women are nurturers, right? Like if it's so obvious, why do you have to do so many studies to prove how the brain works, right? And that never work, by the way. And then the other one, my favorite, this one, my least favorite, but I find it funny, so I'm calling it my favorite. This is one it's really popular now. You'll hear it if you listen to a lot of podcasts. You'll probably hear this all the time. Evolutionary psychology, where they try to go like, if you go all the way back to when we were hunters and gatherers, some people like to get chased. And those were the women, so there were always the predators and the men. And I'm certainly being hyperbolic in my description, but you'll start to hear it now that I'm pointing it out to you, how often they try to use evolutionary psychology as the evidence for why we should maintain current 21st century gender ideas. It's just constant, which of course makes no sense, because what it really means to succeed at evolution is to adapt to your context, not to maintain the same characteristics through all time, right? So it's just wrong. And actually what's inherent in all of these ideas, is this sort of mythology that we are broken, that we somehow left our natural state and we need to get back to it, when in fact that's not necessarily the case. All right, let's go to the fourth principle. The fourth principle is rigorous inclusivity. rigorous inclusivity. This one is in some ways really, really the most important one to the whole thing. You know, when I wrote my book, Father Figure, I wrote How to Be a Feminist Dad. I think I could have written it as a million other things. I could have written it as How to Be an Anti-Racist Dad. I could have written it as How to Be I mean, there's so many prejudices in the world, and I would really like to be a dad that fights all of them. That would be a 1,200,000-page book. So I had to pick one, right? And I picked the one that I happen to already know the most about to dig into the research. But I wanted to make sure from the beginning that the principle here is really clear, that we really need to learn to be totally inclusive, not just of cisgender, male, female, but of all people. Like, everybody deserves to live a life of dignity. No matter what your opinion of what they do or how they deserve the freedom to live a life of dignity in their own way, in their own choices. And to me, that is at the core of what it means to be feminist, and it's at the core of what it means for me as a father to teach my kids, and that's that's in every possible way. And then in that spirit of rigorous inclusivity, I also want to talk a bit about intersectionality. Intersectionality, I don't know how many of you are really familiar with the ideas of intersectionality, but I'll just do to do a really way too overgeneralized definition of intersectionality. It's just the acknowledgement that while I can talk in all of these ways about gender, there are so many people who are confronting compounding and intersecting kinds of discriminations and injustices and subjugations and marginalizations, right, that work together and work in different ways, right? So it is, if you're a black woman, you're facing racism and you're facing gender inequality and gender prejudice in ways that happen in totally different ways. I have a student in a class on gender I'm teaching. They were just did a presentation right before I came here on Friday. It was a black woman. I'm in Philadelphia at Temple University. Was just talking about how everyone believes we're so strong, right? Because there's this idea that we're the strong, tough black women, and so actually we get more sexual assault and more sexual abuse because they think we can take it, right? And talking about how that's a perfect example of intersectionality, and that can happen and of course I'm not calling out any group as being the worst of intersectionality either, right? There's ableism and there's transphobia, and each of these compound in multiple ways, and we often forget to think about that, right? We often just sort of pick one or the other at any given time, and so it's always really important to me that we're always thinking about the way that they compound and the different ways that they manifest, and also the same ways that they manifest, right? It's not one or the other here. And then the very last thing I want to say before I go to questions, oh yeah, good, we're good on time, is I want to address the idea that social justice discourse is limiting, right? That social justice, that any kind of discourse that's about inclusivity, that any kind of discourse that's about diversity is asking you to be, people hear it as you're telling me what I can and can't say, right? You're in the way of my freedom. And I want to address that. I had a student recently, I was speaking in class and I stopped. They asked a question and I started to answer the question. I can't remember the question, I'm sorry, I wish I did. It would make it a better story. I started to answer the question and I stopped midway and I said, wait a second, I don't want to say it like that. And I changed my phrasing. And this young woman said, it's okay, you don't have to worry about political correctness with me. And I went, I'm not worried about political correctness. I'm worried about creating an environment where nobody feels like their voice is less important. I'm worried that if I say the wrong word, it actually limits someone else's speaking. That's the only thing that I'm worried about. I don't, yes, have to be thoughtful about what I'm saying to make sure that I'm making enough room for every voice. And I'm sure I'm failing, right? We're all gonna have to work hard. We're gonna make mistakes. We're gonna do these. We're gonna have examples of tiny microaggressions. I ask all my classes to call me out on every I have a whole class dedicated to this where I go, I want to know any time when I said something that might have been interpreted as wrong that I didn't know, because the only way I'm ever going to know to not say it again is if you call me out right now, right? And I sometimes I don't like it because I learn things that are hard to hear, but I still do like it. When I get home, I feel really proud of myself that I listened to it. But it's hard sometimes because, of course, I never mean. You can tell you've been just listening to me for 40 minutes. That's long enough for you to know I never mean to do anything that silences or hurts anyone. But we live in a world full of again, it's a patriarchal system that we need deep critical consciousness to be able to unpack. And so we have to be willing to listen to those things, to learn those things, and to hear those things out so we can undo it, to make more room for more people to have more voices, because there's a lot of genius out there that we don't even hear from because they've been told they're not allowed to speak. And it's still really, really, really problematic. So that's all and I guess the point here, I wanted to just tie it back to the theme of the conference. I forgot the slide says not just full inclusivity, but also authenticities. What is that really about? It's that everybody deserves not just the dignity, but the ability to be authentic. And sometimes, not sometimes, we are often the ones, all of us, no matter who we are, right? You don't have to just look like me to be the one who's in the way sometimes of other people being able to live their authentic lives. And not by intention. You can be as well-meaning as possible and still be putting up the obstacles that keep someone else from being able to live their authentic life fully. And that's it. It's not about me limiting what I say. It's not about me trying not to get in trouble. It's not about me saying, I don't want anyone to cancel me. Right? This is about me trying to say, I want all of you and all of everyone I ever come in contact with to be able to be as full of them, as full a version of themselves. I almost said as full of themselves, as full a version of themselves as they possibly can be. So I'll take some questions. We have about 15 or so minutes. We can take some questions, and happy to answer or respond or listen or, how do we do this question thing?
So actors Dr. Shapiro has stated we'll now take questions from a live audience and online. Those questions will be coming from the booth. And for our audience members, if you have a question, please stand up.
Oh, so are you calling on them or am I?
No, sir. So just a heads up, we have two moderators that'll be coming down each row. Whenever you stand up or raise your hand, they will proceed to you with a microphone.
This here to grab afterwards.
Hi, I'm Master Sergeant Feliciano from Offutt Air Force Base. So you said that your sons are what made you want to kind of go into this topic. What was there like something that happened, or maybe something that was happening in school for them, or you just were like, I want to just raise my boys the right way?
Yeah. Well, I had done a lot of work in parenting from the time they were little, and so I've just been very, very, very deeply attuned to the way that we, the way that we raise children. We raise them, right? Like, and I see parenting actually number one as a kind. I mean, this is going to be a slight exaggeration, but as a kind of activism in some ways, right? My job is not just to raise my children to do the best that they can be. My job is to raise adults that are going to live in the world for all of you. I have a responsibility to you to raise children that are good people, right? Kind people, good citizens, and so I also want them to be as successful, wealthy, happy, all the things for that. But first, I have to go. I'm part of a human society, and I am putting more humans there, and I'm going to make sure they're the right kind. So that was always there from the very beginning in my thinking. There wasn't one thing that made it. The one thing that made me start to get, or even got me to write the book I mean, I was always studying gender, but the thing that got me to write the book is my previous book was all about parenting, and I noticed that because I was a divorced dad at the time, I'm married now, my wife is right here, I was a divorced dad at the time, I started to notice that there was a real stigma against divorced dads. Everyone thought we like lived in bachelor pads with fuzzy carpets and like giant speakers, and and that we were always just trying to have a party all the time, and that I must not have cared about my kids because I got divorced. And so that made me go, hey, there's something wrong with the way we even think about what fatherhood is, right? There's something really broken in our thinking about what a good dad is. And so that's what really got me to write the book, is I said, I had been doing all this work to go, how can I be a dad? And by the way, the book is, yes, how to be a feminist dad, but it really should be how to be a feminist parent, because at the end of the day, there's really nothing gender specific in parenting. If you go through all the child development research, it's there's nothing that says they need a dad to do this, and they need they might need two parents, they need lots of things, but there's no reason there has to be. The only reason we think a dad's job is X and a mom's job is X is because of social conditioning, right? It could be any order at once. Do they need some discipline? Yes. Do they need some nurturing? Yes. Do they need a lot of other things? Yes. Does it have anything to do with gender, who's providing that or who they are? No. So yeah, I guess there's no one thing that made me do it, but from the time they were born, I've always been really thoughtful about, what do I say to them? Kids learn what they learn by watching you and imitating you. So it's about what I model and what I say. Yeah. Yeah, my pleasure.
Thank you. Doctor, we have another question up the top.
All right. Okay, test. All right. So I'm really glad you're here talking today, because actually.
Wait, what's your name?
I'm Captain Foreman. I'm stationed at F.E. Warren in Cheyenne, Wyoming.
Pleased to meet you.
Missileers, woohoo! So anyone who is familiar with our missile community knows that we are out in a week in a very small facility with one other person. And I always like to start my week off strong. So this actually last alert, I declared to my crew partner that I am thrilled to raise my baby as a little feminist. To which he looked at me aghast, like, oh my God, what is she doing? Should we remove this child from her? Anyway, but throughout the week, I explained to him, because I've seen in my own experience with the men in my life, and hashtag not all men, but I feel like the patriarchy has really failed them, because they've been raised lacking very essential skills that make them great fathers and great partners and just even functional human beings. How many people can say that if they weren't around, how much their spouse would be able to function without them on certain levels, right? And so while at the beginning of the week, my crew partner was very afraid. By the end of the week, I'd explained to him, I can't wait to raise my son to be able to, do every single chore in the house regardless of gender, or be able to express his feelings clearly and without any hesitation, and just being able to be a fantastic partner to whoever he is with in the future. And after I explained all this dynamic, by the end of the week, my crew partner said, at the beginning, I was really confused when you said that, and I was wondering. But by the end, I thought, no, that's exactly what I want for my children. And the problem we have with feminism is it has a labeling issue. I've thought about this. Do we need to change the word? And I disagree, because I think if anything, we changed it, whatever by any other name, people are still going to dismiss it because of what it represents. We need to take advantage of how charged that word is to be able to cause a discussion, so we can actually sit there and say, this is what feminism means now. This is what you thought it meant, but this is what it actually means. And it means that everybody should be able to benefit from it and become a well-rounded individual as a result of it.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great point. I see another person back there. I can't really see you all because there's
Hi, I am Captain Tarina Crook. I'm from Minot Air Force Base, North Dakota. Thank you so much for sharing your 4 principles. And I really have a question about the last one, rigorous inclusivity. Yeah. And I feel like I'm not alone in this environment where I say, okay, when we want an inclusive environment, a lot of our senior leaders get very confused on how to actually conduct and promote that inclusive environment, and a lot of them aren't asking the right questions. And I feel like when it comes to, creating that environment, a lot of times, and I just want to know, out of curiosity too, how many of you guys have been put in a situation where they come to you and say, hey, you're a minority or you experience intersectionality, can you lead this, whole thing, this conversation, this, group or whatever? And I guess my question is, how can we help senior leaders to promote that environment that's inclusive without putting the onus back on those who are minorities or those experience intersectionality, and create a way for them to actually genuinely want that environment for themselves and for their unit without making me the go-to person all the time?
Yeah. It's a fantastic question. The first thing I'll say is whenever I hear the word minority, whenever I hear any person of color just say the word minority, I like to say, you mean global majority, okay? Because that's the reality. But in terms of just like how these conversations have to happen, and I think you're pointing to something that happens a lot, right? Which is the tokenism, I'm gonna put it back on one person. I'm gonna put it back on the one person I see who looks different than me to solve this, to actually ask them how to solve it, right? Which is a tough thing to do, because on the one hand, you have to listen to the voices to figure out how to solve things. Last thing you want is someone deciding for themselves what other people need, but you also can't put the responsibility on someone else of doing it, right? There's first listening. And then, the tokenism one, I should also say, is a hard one too, because representation is really important, and it's only something we're just starting to talk about in our culture. Is like how undiverse the representation is that we see in the media, that we see in powerful positions, and it's great that we're having that conversation, but it's so often that just becomes the tokenism, right? We need to have a black woman on this panel, right? Which is, I'm glad you're asking the question, but that it shouldn't even get to the point where you're just doing it because you think you have to. It should be right from the beginning. So I don't know how you specifically talk to senior leadership, but I think the fact that I'm sitting here at this meeting is already an unbelievable, to me, an unbelievable thing that it's happening, that the discussions are happening. These things can only get fixed through a lot of conversation and a lot of open conversation, and if you think about the last thing I was saying, which was this idea that trying to be inclusive often makes people feel like they're being asked to silence themselves, right? That's because there's not enough conversation, right? Because if there's one thing I've learned after teaching this in the classroom, after talking to many, many, many people, is that I have never met anyone who is mad at me for going, I don't understand. Will you please explain to me how this works so I can start to think about how I can change my behavior, right? I think we're all human. We all know that other humans make mistakes. What pisses us off is when other humans make mistakes and then double down and say they're right and refuse to acknowledge their mistakes. And so, to me, it's all about open conversations, willing conversations, and I know that is especially hard in a military environment because it's not like you can walk up to your commander and be like, I need to have a hard conversation with you. That's not that easy to do. So I get that challenge, but it's going to come down to conversations, to learning, and that's why I'm doing the work I'm doing, because I'm going, look at me, I have an enormous amount of privilege. I look the part. Okay, I have an advanced education, a terminal degree. I am everything. I am white, elite, urban man. Like I have more privilege than you can imagine, right? And to me, it seems like it's my job to leverage that in order to do something better in the world. And I think that people are starting to see that. And I think we need to, as you're saying, get the message out to more people in senior leadership, not just here, but everywhere. So I know, I feel like I didn't quite give you the answer you wanted, but how much time do we have?
We have a little bit less than 10 minutes, sir.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Master Sergeant Kim Powell from Barksdale Air Force Base.
Hi.
And I'm gonna say go Temple, PA. I'm from Pennsylvania, so Philly, yes.
You're from Philly?
I'm from Harrisburg. A lot of my Chambersburg,
Yeah.
So a lot of my family's from Philadelphia area, Chambersburg, Harrisburg, York. So you're from Pennsylvania?
I'm what?
Are you from Pennsylvania?
I'm from Philadelphia. I teach at Temple
Okay.
University. Yeah.
Okay, okay. I wanted to go to school there, but I didn't. But anyway, go back to my question. We could talk all day about Pennsylvania. I miss it. But anyway, so one of the questions I want to ask you is, when it comes, you talk about all the, I'm trying to get my thoughts right, the feminists and everything else like that. But my main thing is, like you said about your students, when you speak to them, they, if you say something that maybe was perceived to them like you were coming off like, racist or, anything like that, how do we, as like, especially as leaders, when it comes to perception or having our airmen come to us and say, hey, what you said was hurtful, because we're all coming from different demographics, and sometimes people say things and you don't realize that you're being offensive. Because I know in Pennsylvania, we're direct. East Coast, they're like, we're so direct, so I'm gonna say something real direct. And I'm like, I don't mean it that way, but my heart, if you know me, like once you really truly get to know me, especially in the military too, with our rank, because we're masters or techs or captains or generals or colonels, we're people first though. And sometimes we say things because of, like you were saying, this with how society is, that's how you were raised, and you say certain things and you don't realize that you're hurting someone or you're offending, and then it's perception that you're racist or that you don't like males or you don't like this person and you don't like that, and then leadership comes down to you and it's like, well, it was found that you were perceived to be racist towards this. Wait a minute, that's not, I don't know if the person doesn't come to me and tell me that this is what I did and this is how I did it, or what I said, like you said before. So how do you do that with your students to, open that, where you're not gonna end up on CNN News that, that you're racist?
That I am, or that the students are. Yeah, well, I mean, actually, it's actually much easier for me. This question becomes much harder when it's students, because I have to figure out how to, I have to, one, call out students without making students feel right, and that's a hard thing, because there's a power differential there, and if a student says something that's problematic, it's terrible for me to just go, you can't say that, right? But, if they say something that's directly hateful, I'm gonna do that. But if they say something like you're saying that's accidentally problematic, it's a careful balancing act of, I want to keep you feeling open and keep you feeling that this is a safe space, but also want to call it out. In terms of, again, the bottom line with this is conversation. I think this is true of almost everyone. I think almost everyone, we have things that we have learned over the years, or that we assume because the TV is pretty terrible, right? In terms of the message that it's sending about everything. Not that I don't love to watch TV. I'm not a snob like that. I binge watch just like everybody else. But it's full of sexism, and it's full of racism, and it's full of just, all these horrible tropes. So people are socialized to think in certain ways, and they do say things sometimes with the best of intentions without thinking about it. I know that in academia, where I work, there's a lot of professors who still don't realize that it is racist to say to a person of color, "I'm really impressed that you're so smart," right? It doesn't occur to them to think that that's a problem. So how do you start to call that out to them so that they can see it without simultaneously doing what I was talking about at the very beginning that I felt from my kids, of making them just get defensive, making them get angry, and that, I think you need very intentional moments to say, hey, now we're having this conversation. That's why I do the intentional class where I say, this is a class for you to call me out, right? To kind of say, this is a space where it's safe. This is a space where I have to listen to it, where I have the responsibility. I might not always handle it perfectly, but I'm going to try. And having those designated moments to do it, I think, starts to get it, because I think you're absolutely right. The majority of people that I have ever interacted with all over the world, and I've been all over the world, right? And the majority of people are good people who want to love all the other good people. In fact, I haven't met the bad ones. I'm just pretty sure they exist because I see some things on TV, on the news that tell me, but I haven't met any of them yet. And you just, when you have the dialogue, you get to the point where you can realize where they're coming from, why they think that, and why they mean it. And it's hard, but I absolutely suggest designated moments to have those hard conversations in places where people know this is going to be a little bit charged, right? It could get charged. It's going to make you feel defensive in moments. Why wouldn't you get defensive if someone is telling you, if someone's telling you you're being racist when the last thing you ever wanted to do was be racist, right? Why wouldn't you get defensive? So you have to say, hey, this is a place to be in a very different state of mind about how I'm going to respond. That's a practice, right? When my beautiful wife gets mad at me about something, I get defensive and want to fight first too, but I have to practice to go, hey, let me stop, let me think, let me be in a place where I'm going to be receptive and responsive and not authoritative. So really setting up those designated spaces to do it would be my advice. Is that helpful?
We have time for one more question. This is an online question from the booth.
All right.
Senior Airman Brittany Willett from Kirtland Air Force Base. Do you feel like you have experienced discrimination or negativity for being a male feminist?
Oh my goodness. That's a great question. So much, way more than I imagined when I decided to do it. In fact, I'm sure that for all the women in the room here, that they're not as surprised as I was by how much negativity I got when I published this book. I've been called horrible names. I've been called mangina. That's one of my favorites. Yeah, and generally also just like people don't want to hear it. I mean, listen, there's the patriarchal power structure in the United States is really, 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 really powerful and really, 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 really terrified of being disrupted. Okay, I mean, that's so much of our homophobia, so much of our transphobia is because the patriarchal system depends on a very binary way of thinking about gender and sexuality, and anything that threatens to disrupt that is terrifying to it, because there's, I mean, part of it's that there's people who have power who don't want to lose the power, but the other part of it is that it is very hard when something is so normalized and so comfortable to move towards something that's hard to imagine, and it's hard to imagine for all of us what the world would look like in a different way. So since the lights are getting low, I'm assuming this is like when they play the music to tell me to get off the stage. Thank you all so much, and hopefully I'll get a chance to talk to you later. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shapiro, for your insight on how men can be allies in the workplace.
So let's keep the reaching and teaching rolling. It is my pleasure to bring to you the virtual stage of our next speaker, Dr. Stephanie Johnson. Please remember, if you have questions, you can submit them virtually by using the instructions on the back of your badge or by following the prompts in the live stream YouTube comments. Dr. Johnson is a tenured professor of management at the University of Colorado Lied School of Business and advocate of leadership, diversity, and educating leaders. She is passionate about deliberately developing authenticity, is a member of the Marshall Goldsmith 100 Coaches, and was selected for the 2020 Thinkers 50 Radar List. Joining us virtually via Zoom, please give a warm welcome to Dr. Johnson.
Thank you so much for that awesome introduction. And I'm so thrilled to be here today chatting with you about what I think is really one of the most important topics of our time. And it's really focused on how to create a workplace or an organization or a military that works for everyone. And I'm particularly passionate about speaking to women and women of color. As a woman of color myself, I'm Mexican American and female. It's a research passion of mine, but it's a personal thrill anytime I get to talk to other women and allies. I got to listen in a little bit on the previous presentation, and I was just super touched by some of the comments, and I thought about whether am I the hero in my own story. I kind of like, I'm not sure. I think maybe I used to be my hero, maybe not. But I think now I think of my story as I have 2 little kids, so I'm the mom of these future heroes' story too, right? That could be part of my hero's journey. But I'm going to share my screen here. Well, I guess I can't. My sharing's disabled, but if someone can enable my sharing, I'm going to talk about how to inclusify your own workplace while most importantly, still remaining your authentic self. So I can start with kind of the obligatory statistics about why diversity and inclusion are so important. And usually I talk about this in the context of companies. And so there's a lot of bottom line benefits, maybe here that's not as relevant, but there's also really important benefits in terms of things like decision-making, safety, outcomes, innovation, all things that are so important in the military. And it's just important because people want to work in organizations that are more diverse, and even more so in organizations that are inclusive. We see it, across the board in businesses and all organizations right now, this great resignation, as they're calling it. Like, people are leaving their jobs to find a different opportunity that really fits them. And when I talk to people about this, and in my survey research, one of the things that they talk about is finding a place where they can truly belong and be themselves, where they can belong and be themselves. And this is what I talk about in Inclusify as the 2 most basic and essential human needs. They are to be your unique self and to belong. And at times, those 2 things can be at odds, because being your unique self sometimes is easy when everyone else shares an identity with you. But when there's difference, then sometimes there's norms or expectations for how to behave that create an environment where it's difficult to feel like you can really belong while being your true self at the same time. So I'm going to share here my screen. And what a funny place to start. But part of this has really been standing out to me lately because of this concept of feeling like an imposter. Maybe people have heard this, like imposter syndrome, and women often report feeling like they don't quite fit in, and so they're an imposter. And my kids play this video game called Imposter, and the imposter is like terrible. I don't know if anyone's ever played this game or seen it, but it's not good. Like, the imposter isn't someone who just doesn't quite fit in. They're like the bad guy, and they're trying to be shady and fake. And I don't think that's at all the experience that women and women of color have in the workplace. Like, they're trying to fake. I think they really are wanting to be authentic, but maybe they're like not the norm. And so they feel like, maybe a little bit uneasy. And that reminded me so much of a feeling that I have had, and maybe some of you have had, in being an expat, basically moving to another country, whether for school or for work, where you're like trying to pick up on the norms and learn the culture. So you feel like a little bit uneasy at times, but you're appreciating the culture as it is. And you're just trying to, still be yourself while belonging in that culture. And I've been, when I was in college, I studied abroad in the UK. I'm sure many of you have taken assignments overseas. And then now I'm right now living in Curacao for the year with my family on sabbatical. And that's how I feel. But when you're an expat rather than an imposter, I think the other truth is that you've been brought to this other location because your expertise and your unique perspective is so needed and valued. And that's the difference between an imposter and an expat, is we need that different perspective. We need women leading the military. And so it's not like you're trying to fake, but you're actually bringing something extraordinary. And so this has been sticking with me as I, make mistakes like anyone else in living abroad. But it also stood out to me when I did interviews with mostly CEOs of companies in the Fortune 500 who were big proponents and allies of diversity and inclusion. And most of them, as Fortune 500 CEOs go, are majority group members. So they're male and they're white, yet they really seem to have so much empathy and understanding for DEI that I was like, where did this come from? And so many of them had this story of being an expat. So being in a role at one point in their lives where they weren't the norm. And that allowed them to see maybe how other people sometimes experience the workplace. And so it's such a great, I think, experience for anyone to have to get that feeling. But this has just been sticking with me. We're going to do Q&A toward the end here. So you can tell me if you think this is a lame analogy, but this is just how I've been feeling, is like I'm an expat. And in some ways, you learn a lot through that experience, but it's also exhausting. And we see that from people who don't feel included at work, that they have higher turnover. So those inclusive companies have lower turnover. They have higher engagement. People are less likely to be absent from work. And as a result, inclusive organizations outperform others at a rate of 8-1. And if I revisit this definition of inclusion as being able to be your authentic self and still belong, I wrote this book called Inclusify on this experience of having both the standing out, I can be who I am, and still fitting in, at a time when the fitting in part was just becoming really popular. So these are like popular press articles about, it's not just diversity and inclusion, it's belonging. First there was diversity and then there was inclusion. Now we want you to feel like you belong. But as I did in my research, most of the people who I talked to who had a marginalized or minoritized identity didn't feel included. They felt like they kind of had one or the other. And so if you have neither the uniqueness nor the belonging, that experience really was communicated like a feeling of being invisible. Like no one saw me, they don't know my name, they don't know my rank, like they don't know who I am, which really hit me in the feels. Like felt such an awful experience. And at the time, so this is like 2019, I made this plan. I'm going to make sure everyone feels seen in, at least in my small world, in my building at the university. And I think I was doing a pretty good job until COVID hit, and then we all left and didn't come back really to in-person for a long time. But this is just a PSA, not the point of my presentation at all. But if you do think of people in your world that might be feeling invisible, I would say, if you could reach out to them and connect with them, because sometimes to go from invisible to visible, you just need one person to see you. And of course, in an organization, you want all the people to see you, but I think it can be really meaningful to just make that connection. More commonly, women and women of color talked about feeling incomplete because they had the belonging. They were, they looked to the outside that they were accepted and valued, but they recognized that they were not being their authentic self. And so even though it might look to others like they're included, they felt kind of incomplete and often wanted to go somewhere where they could just be more authentic. On the other hand, there were people for sure who they just, did them, right? They're just like, I just can only be me. And then their worst fear was realized, and that is that they don't belong because they're isolated and alone because of them being their authentic selves. And so what you really want from a leadership perspective is to create an environment where people can do both. They can be themselves and yet, of course, still belong. But it's not so easy. And so this isn't a very research example. It's just like a personal example. Maybe some of you were participants in the Boy Scouts or the Girl Scouts. My kiddos, my daughter did Girl Scouts before my son was old enough to do Boy Scouts. And when he got old enough to become a scout, we think this is very good. We live in Colorado, we have to do Scouts, right? The Scouts became co-ed. And so I don't know if I'm like a lazy parent, but certainly I can optimize by taking both kids to one place and selling one product per year. Like this is good. And so it was amazing. And it was co-ed. What could the problem be until we got this magazine, Boys Life, which is the Cub Scout magazine. And it had this sad little subheading here that just really ticked my daughter off. And she says she doesn't want to be a scout anymore because this obviously isn't for her. It's called Boys Life. And I kind of made the joke that, like, you know, so much in life is like this, and you just blaze the trails and, you know, it'll change. But she was like, no, I'm not doing that. And so instead I tried to contact the Boy Scouts of America and suggest to them a change. This is my mock-up of a cover. Call it Cubs Life, because it's the Cub Scouts, right? And these are my kids, and like, fantastic. And I don't know that this ever reached the tops of the organization, but they did in fact change the name of the magazine to Scout Life. And I think they kind of stole my photo if you look at it. And that's important and that's meaningful, because when we think of inclusion, it's not about us just fitting in to some other environment. It really is about changing the environment, and so that it's one in which everyone can be successful. And so I want to talk about, you know, maybe some ways to make that happen. If you think about when you felt included or when you haven't, what were the characteristics of those situations, or what did leaders do that created that feeling, or team members do? So we can start to think of, like, how can each of us contribute to making everyone feel included? I can tell you some of the common answers that people give. Getting to voice your opinion, I think, is huge, and actually have that opinion being listened to. I think that's important. Having the feeling that you're part of the team, not just on the team, but truly like a part of that team. Like, that team wouldn't really exist in the same way without you. Having the opportunity to succeed, that is one way to ensure that people don't feel included, is if they don't think that they have the same opportunity to get promoted and development opportunities, they're not going to feel fully included. Being included in social interactions, this one was a bit more common 3 years ago than it is today, but I think it's still important. Like, seeing everyone head out after a day of hard work and you're not involved, it's like, feels very exclusionary, the opposite of inclusion. Being treated fairly, and then just really feeling like someone has your back. And this is something actually that came up most commonly in military contexts, was the feeling that someone has your back and they care about you as a person. Made folks feel included in different military branches. So what are the recommendations to make this happen? I love the theory, I love the ideas, you know, but let's put it into action. And so the first recommendation I have is really to try to learn from every member of your team. There's this concept I call the myth of multiplicity, and it's the idea that if you're really good at your job, you should hire a bunch of other people who are just exactly like you, and then you'd have a bunch of people who are really good at their job. But in reality, that doesn't lead to the best outcome. You should try to bring people on your team who have different skills than you. And so, you know, quite the opposite of what we tend to do, so that you have more knowledge. Because if you just have yourself, like, you know all the stuff you know, you need someone who knows different stuff. And so, in fact, creating an environment where people are difference is important, but then you have to actually get that difference out. So you have to learn from people. And some ideas are like asking for input, banning bad behavior being like someone who interrupts or says that's a stupid idea, or that kind of stuff that just squashes the psychological safety that's needed for people to feel like they can contribute. That's the C, create safety, that folks feel like they can speak up and that you want different perspectives. You might do this by having a devil's advocate, which is someone who you assign, like, okay, we want to make sure this is a good idea. You know, Stephanie, why don't you make sure that, like, no matter what we say, you argue, give us the counterpoint. Like, don't just agree, say no. And that, you know, for that person might be tough, but it also sets the expectation that you as a team lead want difference. You're not just looking for a bunch of yes people to say, oh yes, it's a great idea. And then just really trying to get engagement. If someone's not participating, if they're sitting back or they're not saying anything, letting them know that I want to hear your views, you're here for a reason. You know, I know your background, you have a lot of expertise in this area. I would just love to hear your thoughts, even if it's like making each person share their thoughts so that you can hear from everyone. You want everyone to be engaged. Otherwise, you shouldn't be wasting their time sitting in a meeting if they're not really involved in the conversation. So that's the first one. If you think of it as a team, you really want to learn from every voice on that team. The second recommendation, it's like a little squishy, but is that idea of making sure that people do feel like an essential valued member of the team, that they're important. And that often comes just from like basic empathy, like asking people, you know, how have you been dealing with the challenges we've been facing over the last several months, or now I feel like years, or how are you experiencing work these days? How are you staying strong and healthy? And you can use some, you know, these are just basic questions. It's not rocket science. You can ask whatever feels natural and authentic to you, but creating the space and opportunity for that human connection will foster belonging. And I use this LIP principle as one way of ensuring that you're actually hearing in this empathy, and that is to listen, inquire, and paraphrase. And so if you do ask someone questions, while you're asking, you can actively listen to their response, not judging or offering solutions or talking about your own experiences, but just really listening to what someone has to say. And sometimes, honestly, this can be uncomfortable in the moment because we're so used to following someone's comment with, well, for me, like my thing was, but instead try to swap out that tendency for an inquiry. So asking them instead, well, how did that feel? Or why is that? Or, you know, what happened? Or why do you think that happened? Just like more questions to better understand and keep the conversation moving. And then at the end, you can paraphrase, summarize what you think this person's saying. You know, it sounds like you're saying this, but then ask at the end, is that correct? Because I'll tell you, like, I have certainly done this and people are like, no, that wasn't even close to what I was going for. And so it's a way to make sure that you're understanding, gives them more opportunity to clarify, makes people really feel seen and heard because you've actually, you know, shown them that you understand or taken the time to learn more. So that's the second one is, I think it's like meeting people with empathy. And there's evidence that this is the most important leadership skill of today. It's something that statistically women tend to test higher on empathy, but it's something that can be learned and practiced. So if you don't naturally have an empathetic ear just going through this lip kind of activity, you'll get much more, much better at the paraphrasing part and find, oh, I'm starting to be more accurate. Okay, the third recommendation is creating opportunities to succeed. And so, like I said earlier, we see this massive turnover happening, people leaving organizations, and they don't have to go. This doesn't have to be the case. There's oftentimes maybe misunderstandings, or they look for signals in the environment to say, you know, can I be successful and get ahead? And a lot of times for women, if you look ahead of you in the organization and don't see other people who look like you, it sends, maybe it's an unconscious signal, but a signal that there's not much opportunity for success. And so people start looking elsewhere. But before they leave, you could actually ensure that they see the signal that they can get ahead by having direct conversations with them about the opportunities for success and your expectations for their success. And so I think it's important to just ask people right now, maybe more than ever, you know, what are your career goals? And they can change. Like, this isn't a lifelong commitment, but at this time, where do you see yourself going, or what do you want out of your career? And I don't just mean like a performance appraisal, but really asking people where they see themselves in the future. And if you knew that, you could help them map out key experiences and connections that they're going to need in order to get there. And then you can start involved, like setting those up for them and working with them to set them up so that they're moving toward their goals and they can see that. I think you got to set a timeline around this. People are savvy. If you say, someday, if you keep plugging along, I think maybe you'll get somewhere, they're more likely to leave. But if you put a timeline around it and are transparent with them about what the procedures are, then it keeps that momentum going of like, well, I'm moving closer to this goal all the time. And then give them feedback and recognition. And I put those in there separately because recognition is one of the magical keys to creating belonging. People want to feel recognized. Statistically, most people haven't received recognition, or at least they don't feel like they have in the last year, but that's not great, right? And it doesn't have to be a bonus or like a financial recognition or a medal, but just hearing that someone sees your work and sees what you're doing is effective and good and helping in some way, can help keep people motivated and keep them feeling like they belong. If you aren't giving recognition, like I would start taking notes on who you're giving recognition to, who you're not, see if you're not looking at people's work to see what they're doing that deserves recognition. Because you don't want to give false recognition. It has to be authentic. But there was this great study, it's like a terrible study, but it was an interesting study that showed that leaders don't always see the effective work that is done by women in particular. It's not that they're trying not to give recognition, but they didn't encode it in their mind. They don't see it. They just time goes on, they're too busy focusing on work to notice the great work being done. And so if you aren't seeing someone's work, start paying attention to see if there's something noteworthy there to recognize them for. And if there's not, then maybe there's something else they need, and that's feedback. And that's another area where we see these big gender gaps, particularly for leaders who really see themselves as allies toward women, that they are unwilling to give them the tough feedback that you need to be successful. And we need feedback, right? If you assume you're perfect at this point, you're not going to grow and get better. So it's super important that we're giving both the feedback to develop, but also the recognition, so you can create those opportunities for success and growth. Okay, I'm going to go to the number 4, and that's check your systems. And so all these things are fine and good, and they're all very nice and things that we can all do to create a more inclusive environment. But if there's bias baked into your systems, then it's going to be more difficult to actually change things and create a more inclusive environment, because fairness is one of the things that really matters to inclusion. And so I would, to whatever extent you can, question the way the system is and see if it's creating bias. Maybe there's ways to fix the system. And then look out for people who may be missed by the system if you're thinking of promotions and opportunities for success. Maybe people who don't always look the part, but who have an innate drive or talent to be successful. And I often think of these as folks who traveled the farthest. So they got here and overcame obstacles and barriers to be here. And so those are the people who I see, and I'm like, I call them jets. So capture those jets before they leave somewhere else. And I use this analogy, I stole this from someone, but it really resonated with me because I'm from Los Angeles and I live in Colorado. And if you've ever taken a plane from LA to New York, it takes 4 hours to get there. But if you were to fly from New York to LA, it actually takes about an hour longer. And so if you flew the same distance, the same amount of time back, you'd only get to Denver, which is where I live now in Colorado, because the difference is the headwinds and the tailwinds. And so in life, we all have headwinds and tailwinds, things that might have pushed us forward a little faster than other people, given us an edge. It could be a tailwind, could be you're just a really good communicator, or you are really, physically strong, whatever it might be. Those things help you get ahead faster. And we all have headwinds. So things that slow us down. And those can be, maybe a learning disability, or we often talk about like different identities as being headwinds, things that slow you down. But if you look at first, I would encourage you to think about this for yourself, and maybe this is a great conversation for later in the day, but to really think about your headwinds and tailwinds. I think it can be hard. I talk about this in Inclusify when someone asked me to share, my headwinds and tailwinds. And I was like, I earned this. I got where I am on my own. I didn't have tailwinds. And then okay, that is ridiculous. Of course I had things that pushed me and helped me get ahead. And so if you can recognize it in yourself and kind of admit to it, it may take a little bit of humility to address it, but then you can start to look at it and see it in other people too. And so if there's someone on your team who's had a lot of headwinds to slow them down, but they're still there, think about that. They're still there. They had to work that much harder to be there. And I think that's probably true for so many of the folks here today. That means something. It means that you have that drive to be successful. That's really going to carry you forward. So look for that in other people, a summary of these, and then we're going to open up for some Q&A. First one, learn from the team. How can you get more input from folks? Second one, make people feel like an essential, valued member of the team. What does this look like in the military? I don't know. That's a conversation for you all. Create opportunities to succeed. Maybe look for ways to do things differently. I think this is another great conversation. And then fourth one, check your systems for bias, and then really think about those headwinds and tailwinds. I'm just going to share my contact info here. If you need to find me, it's really easy to look me up at Stephanie Johnson at the University of Colorado. And then I'm on LinkedIn, social, Twitter, Instagram at Dr. Steph Johnson. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing my screen here, and let's see if folks have questions that I can address.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. We will now take questions from the live audience and online. For audience members, please stand if you'd like to ask a question. Crickets. Okay. Looks like we have something coming from our online audience.
Good morning. The question is, what resources would you recommend for those starting in those leadership roles to help them educate themselves and to becoming more inclusive, fair leaders?
Okay, great question. So resources for individuals in leadership roles to help people become more inclusive of their teams?
Yes, ma'am. When they're starting in those leadership roles.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of these pop leadership books. I think you could obviously read Inclusify, my book, but I think there's tons of books out there that I listen to audiobook now if I'm running or walking, and just I always get something out of it as a resource. There's also a ton of classes online on LinkedIn Learning you can learn from those. If there's conferences, bigger meetings, that I think one of the ways people grow and develop the most is through things like mentors and coaches. And so if there's people you have where you can build relationships to get to ask questions and develop, I think it's really hard to find something much better than that, because it's in your exact context. It can turn into a sponsorship opportunity where that person, as they get to know you, will be more likely to vouch for you and recommend you for opportunities in the future. So I think all of those are good. I think people are different in terms of the way they learn best. I really like the books. I don't know, it's just something that entertains me. I always get something out of it. But other people learn much better by watching leaders and then getting that mentoring from them. And then there's tons of university kind of online courses you can take. specifically in leadership or executive courses that I think those are great too, but probably because they expose you to people who could give you the mentoring and sponsorship and coaching that you can probably already get internally, I'd imagine.
Ma'am, I have a question. So in the military or life in general, being on a team, we deal with a wide range of personalities. As a team leader, how do you differentiate yourself between the A types and the shy types while being on the same team?
Yes, okay, that's such a good question. So how do you differentiate the type A personality types to the type B? I'm gonna guess that you're a type A person because you
Yes, ma'am.
stood up and loudly asked that question.
Yes, ma'am.
So I feel like that's such a huge challenge, and I think in other engagements I've had with different military branches, that comes up a lot. Like, I think you can please correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't want to make stereotypes, but I think that is very much a part of maybe military culture of like, we expect go-getters to go, and people are really driven and they want to be successful, and so I expect you to jump up and grab it. And so I feel like it's hard to overcome that as a norm, and it's probably the way most people operate. But I really like the way you said the type B people who might be more shy or reserved, because, and then here's a book people can read. It's called Quiet. It's The Power of Introverts, because it's not as if the people who are quiet have less motivation to succeed or like drive. Maybe they're just a more quiet or humble or less confident thus far person, and they could develop that style over time, but they just haven't yet. And so I like the way you're setting it up as like, it's not that there's something wrong with people who might have that style, it's just like a different style. And so I think if that's the case, and this, someone's on your team, even if you're the lead or not the lead, you're just a team member, trying to create opportunities where each person has to contribute so they, feel more comfortable contributing. And then you might see like they have some real gems and great ideas that you might not have gotten out without the effort. I go through this process of like sending out questions in advance so people know what we're going to be talking about. Maybe even talk to people up front if there's someone who, in particular you're thinking of who doesn't tend to speak up, and so they maybe feel more comfortable. So they've already talked to you a little bit about it. And then if everyone contributes to the meeting or if everyone's talking, then that person kind of has to, and they might just kind of find their voice over time. And then with the go-getter thing, like some people are always going to raise their hand, like, oh, there's a new challenge. There's, this opportunity. I want to do it. I want to try it. And other people don't. And it could be, there's of course just differences between people, but it could be that at other times in their life, they haven't had that opportunity or they've been shot down in, different contexts. And so they don't feel the confidence. And so trying to give them that too, like tell them this opportunity is coming up. I really believe that you would be great in this. Someone did a study last year that looked at opting in versus opting out of leadership opportunities, and found for like promotions that for women, they tend not to opt in for a promotion or an opportunity because they don't think they have all the qualifications or whatever. And so this one company did like a random assignment where they made people in one condition opt in, another condition opt out, which means you have to go and take your name off the list to apply, which like no one does that, right? Like you have to go into your boss's office and say, I actually don't think that I'm qualified for this, so please remove my name. And then what they found is in the opt-out condition, a lot more women ended up getting promoted because they did have the qualifications they needed, they just wouldn't have opted in. And so I think like giving people, it's not like treating everyone the same, but it's giving people what they need to be successful. And sometimes it's that encouragement. It's like, I think you could do this. I'm going to put your name on the list unless you tell me otherwise to take this opportunity or apply for this promotion. I wonder if, did that answer your question, or did I just completely go off track from what you're asking?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Awesome.
We have a question from our live audience, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Captain Foreman from Wyoming, so not very far away. I have a question where, how do you deal with if you're either the member or managing a member who is at a point in their life where they're really not ready for any of that introspection or self-improvement and they just need to tread water? Like, how do you handle that dynamic when we're in a workforce where we just constantly need to analyze ourselves and work towards something?
Okay, it's not you, but I had a little bit of background noise, and so I couldn't quite hear everything that you said.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Is there a second mic that's on? Is that why? I think that did it. How do you manage, or if you are the member or working with a member where, like, we're in an environment where we're constantly doing introspection or trying to improve ourselves? How do you manage it when there's a member going through a period of time where they're really not ready for that kind of development? They really just need to tread water and just be in the room, as opposed to constantly working to always power through to the next step, if that makes sense.
Okay, I think I got most, but I'm missing just a couple words. How do you manage it when there's a team member who's doing what? Sorry.
A team member that is not ready for introspection in their life because they're at a certain point in their life when they just need to throttle back, or they just want to tread water for a little bit.
Okay. So they're not ready for maybe is it a promotion or a next opportunity?
Yes, ma'am. They're comfortable in their current status and not ready to move forward in life
Awesome.
at this moment.
Okay, cool. I'm so sorry about that. It's not at all you. It's just, I think someone in another apartment or building is doing some kind of construction, I guess. And they started right during your question. So I'm really sorry. Okay, thank you so much for raising that question, because that's why on the development slide, I started with like asking people about their career goals, because it's not like I tend to think most people want to grow and develop and get promoted and get new opportunities, but it's not always true for all people all the time, right? And I feel like in the last few years, maybe people have reprioritized some things in their lives, or they just don't feel like now is the right moment. Sometimes people might have health-related concerns, or just like they feel fine in their current role. They don't want to go to the next level. And so I think it's fine to like honor that and validate that. That's fine. Not everyone has to be trying to climb to the next level right now. And so this is like the but okay. And I try to really communicate to people who are there, like, is it because you really don't want to change or grow or take this new job, or are you afraid of like failing in this role? And if I think oftentimes it's the fear of failing in the role and disappointing people and letting them down. And I think so that you can try to boost them up and say like, I will be there with you. I will be there to support you. And maybe there's a way to do it as like on a short-term thing, like be the, lead this project. If you're worried about taking a big promotion and leading people forever, like once you're in, maybe you can just try it out, try some things, build some skills, build your confidence. So that like, if it is just the fear and it's not like they're just not interested in that next job, that you can start to break down some of that fear. Because I know some leadership scholars are like, you just throw people in the deep end and like, hopefully they don't drown. And I don't know, I guess that's not my style. I feel like you can let people like wade in the shallow, like have them go to the jacuzzi first, or, jump in with them to support them. But like, I think you want to be sure that it's not just the fear or messages they've gotten in other contexts that tell them they can't do it. And if you let them know that you feel confident in them, or you're there to support them, then maybe they'll be more likely to grab the reins.
Yes, ma'am. We have time for one more live question.
Good morning. I am Second Lieutenant Kayla Masazera from Minot Air Force Base. And my question is, we talked a little bit about how leaders can help their team members improve their belonging and uniqueness, but I was wondering if you had any advice for team members specifically on how they can contribute to their feelings of belonging and uniqueness within their team.
Okay, how can we, sorry, this like noise is still going on. I'm like,
Oh,
so
that's
embarrassed,
okay.
but
We talked a bit
how
about
can
how
we
we
create
as
uniqueness and
leaders,
belonging in our team?
yes, we talked a bit about how we as leaders can encourage our team members and methodologies for us to increase belonging and uniqueness within our teams. I was wondering if you had
Yeah.
any advice as to how team members themselves can potentially contribute to their belonging and uniqueness within their team.
Oh yeah, okay, so for sure, that's a great question. So, I think of two things, like one, how maybe not the team lead, but how each of us can try to create better belonging for everyone. But, maybe there's also something about how we can do that for ourselves, but I'll start with the team members. I feel like all the principles that I shared, I think can be, like anyone can do them. Allies, team members, colleagues, friends can do this, like asking people to speak up, stopping folks from interrupting them, asking people to do something social. I think it's like the theme is like allyship and maybe role modeling. So there's lots of people who don't share about their personal, authentic self, and maybe they would if they had another person who shared first. And so, if I talked about my kids a lot today for whatever reason, that might create the environment or opportunity for other people to talk about their kids or pets or whatever it might be in their personal lives too. So it's role modeling those kind of behaviors for others. And, for recognition, I think of it often as like, the boss needs to recognize. But really team member to team member recognition predicts belonging and intent to stay above and beyond the boss. Sometimes I feel like it's more beneficial because I don't know that my boss really knows what I'm doing half the time, but my team members know. And so when someone says, hey, you really stepped up on that, stayed late, did this, like had a great idea, and they actually know, I think that means a lot. In meetings, getting everyone to speak up, I think it's harder to do it when you're not the person in charge, but you can still say, I would love to hear what you have to say because I know you have this experience. And there was a study on, they called it voice granting, but that showed that when people did that, especially people who weren't in formal leadership roles, so they stepped up and said, hey, I'd love to hear from you. You have, always have great things to say. That person who they gave voice to became rated more effective by their boss, but also the person who gave them voice. I think of it as like a microphone. So you have a microphone, you pass it to someone, both the person you pass to and yourself were seen as more effective by the boss and seen as more leader-like in the study because you're giving voice to other people. That's like a leadership type of characteristic. So I think that can be huge. As for the self, like, I feel like I think about this all the time. Like, well, what can I do to make myself feel like I belong? And I feel like it's fine one friendly, like if there is, maybe someone on the team or even team adjacent who, maybe shares an identity, seems like a nice person, looks like an ally, just anyone who you feel like may be a good connection, like find that friendly and then start having these conversations, creating opportunities to support each other. And like, even if, they never end up being an ally in the workplace, like they could just be a friend. And if you think about that invisible quadrant, I think that's one way to just start moving out of the invisible or incomplete and into included, is just starting to form a few, really important and meaningful relationships.
Thank you, ma'am, for all of your insights. Let's give another round of applause for Dr. Johnson.
Please, honestly, feel free to reach out and connect. It was so great to chat with you all today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for a 15-minute break. Restrooms are located directly outside the auditorium on the first floor. When we resume, we will have our first discussion panel on leading through adversity. Thank you.
We will resume at 10:15. 10:15. Ladies and gentlemen, we have excellent panel sessions planned for you today. The first one will focus on remaining authentic while leading through adversity. We encourage open and engaging questions. You can submit them virtually by using the instructions on the back of your badge or by following the prompts in the live stream on YouTube.
At this time, it is my pleasure to introduce our panel moderator. She serves in the Education and Training Directorate, leading the development of critical diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility education and training efforts. From the United States Secretary of the Air Force Office of Diversity and Inclusion, please welcome Captain Crystal Mudemali.
Appreciate it. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you guys had a good break. Really excited to see all the faces out there and the smiling faces. We're gonna have a really cool session, I think, today, so I'm super pumped. So like you said, I am Captain Crystal Mudemali, and I am just so thrilled to moderate this session. We've been talking backstage and just connecting so much, and we have some amazing women out here that are gonna share their stories, and I think y'all are gonna be able to connect with them on that. I love these ladies, and I'm gonna go ahead and introduce each one of them. And I think you're gonna see that they have so much to offer you as we get through this session. First, we have Lieutenant Colonel Luciana Augustine. She is the A9 Deputy Director of Studies, Analysis, Assessments, and Lessons Learned at the Air Force Global Strike Command. Colonel Augustine and her team focuses on shaping global strike command culture, inspiring innovation, and empowering airmen. Next, we have Senior Master Sergeant Sharika Caesar. Sergeant Caesar is assigned here to Barksdale Air Force Base as the Command and Control Operations Inspector. She's an honorary Chief Petty Officer of the Navy's Senior Enlisted Academy and is devoted to building the bench of future leaders and helping shape a legacy that capitalizes on diverse talent employment. And last but not least, we have Staff Sergeant Adriana Barrientos, originally from Houston, Texas. Sergeant Barrientos is currently assigned as the Media Engagement Non-Commissioned Officer in charge of the 2nd Bomb Wing Public Affairs Office. Her previous assignment was Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson, Alaska, where she was a broadcast journalist. Please join me again with a warm welcome with our panelists. So before we get into this, I do want to set a tone. When we talk about adversity, I think it's important we really define what that looks like. So I want all of you to take some time and really think to yourselves about your relationship with what adversity is, whether it's a personal relationship with adversity or it's a professional one. With that being said, some of us have stories with adversity that start from our childhood. That journey has been long. And then for some of us, maybe it's just sporadically through our careers or sporadically through our life. But what's the common denominator here? We all have adversity. We all go through that. We all go through challenges. I think with that being said, adversity doesn't have to be a bad thing, right? We build scar tissue through that, and scar tissue doesn't have to be a bad thing. We focus often on the negativity of adversity, but I would offer to say that through the scar tissue that we build an armor that protects us when we have other challenges that come our way. And these ladies are gonna tell you a lot about that today. I'm super excited about it. I was going through my email the other day, and I thought it was just so timely. The Department of Air Force's senior leadership, our CSAF, just sent a message out about Airmen's Time. And what does that look like, Airmen's Time, right? Like, we're trying to build this community where we focus on respecting you all, our guardians as well, right? And when I think about that, I think what's really cool is that it's based on trust and belonging. I use this to say, and I want to set the tone, that when we share our stories here today, the hope is that we build trust and belonging. And the hope is that when you're out there listening to their stories, you go back to the beginning of the session, you think about your story, and you make those connective tissue points, and you say, hey, I can learn something from this. And overall, when I really put all this together, what this shows is that they have stories of adversity, and you have stories of adversity, and there are lessons learned. And as we become future leaders in the Air Force or outside of, we can go back and think about these stories that everyone's had to share so we can make a positive impact, not only within our personal lives, but our professional lives. And again, connect this back to the mission. I'm going to kind of go off script here, and I'm actually going to come sit down with our ladies. And I want to be able to have a dialogue. So with this being said, there are a lot of questions that people have with regards to how does adversity impact you, or what has it done in your life? And I really want to start with some questions here, specifically with one of the first ones that we've talked about backstage, like our personal stories. So my first question regarding this is, what is the greatest challenge you faced as a leader? How did you navigate through that challenge?
Good morning. Really excited to be here this morning. I think we've all had our fair share of challenges, but 3 years ago, I was in the process of PCSing to Delaware. I was mentally in Delaware. My household goods were in Delaware, and I was driving out in just days' time. Physically, I was laying on the ground in my organization. We had a meeting that morning. We were prepping for our final alert. I was flying on the National Airborne Operations Center. And yes. And it was gonna be my Finney flight, my final alert on this assignment. And so it was pretty special to me. And I wasn't feeling too well. And I decided I was gonna go to the clinic just to do the right thing, make sure everything was okay. I didn't make it to the front door before I collapsed. Fortunately for me, someone was there to catch my fall. And I was diagnosed with a brain aneurysm. To say that that really messed up my plans would be an understatement. I was excited about this leadership opportunity. I was going to be a superintendent. I'd waited my whole career for this. Like many people, I'd encountered some challenges that made me want to separate. And it was always the good leaders who gave me fuel, but it was the bad ones that lit my fire. But I needed to contain that fire, and I tried doing that, holding on. And so I had a plan. I wanted to lead in a very special way, but life happened. And I did not move 1,500 miles away to Delaware. I actually ended up staying at Offutt. And I was given the opportunity to lead, to be a superintendent. But aside from all the normal challenges you face, we had just had a catastrophic flood there. And 720 million gallons of water covered the installation. People displaced, over 3,000 people. So I walked into that challenge as well. But because of all that passion I brought with me, because of how I wanted to lead and how I wanted to be different, I brought an intensity to that assignment, something that was unsustainable. But the ops tempo called for it. I can't say that I did a good job taking care of myself. In fact, for me, I was at the intersection of adversity in my personal life and adversity in my professional life. That's not a comfortable intersection. How did I navigate through it? I had a really good team. I had the people that worked for me were incredible, very talented individuals. They gave me life every day. My boss, amazing, amazing man. Cleared a path for me, and he was a lieutenant colonel, but we led together. And I had my family, and I had the community I built. And I think for me, those were my anchors to sort of keep me resilient at a time where I wasn't necessarily taking care of myself like I should have. I remember thinking back on it and being angry because we say, put your mask on first, but leaders eat last. And that's dichotomous. And we vacillate between those two extremes based on the ops tempo. But because of those people who surrounded me, I'm here today, I'm healthy, and I'm happy. So that's my story.
Senior, thank you for sharing. I do have a couple follow-up questions, if you don't mind. So you speak about the people in your life who have supported you through this, through adversity, because we've talked about this backstage. we can't get through life on our own. We can't do this on our own. We need a support system, right? We can't solve problems on our own sometimes, right? So with that being said, what were some specific things that your professional family, your work family did for you, your personal family, and then your lieutenant colonel who worked with you? What were some things they did to help you get through it?
Yeah, absolutely. My people at work, sometimes they come in, because I was transparent with them when I took that job. I told them sometimes I feel a little foggy. I'm going to take them to meetings with me because I just had some reality checks about the fragility of life. And so it was important to me if something happened to me that they could carry on and the mission could carry on and they would be fine. And so they would ask me some days, ma'am, how you doing today? Ma'am, you feeling okay? And I think sometimes we forget to ask our leaders that, but that meant so much to me. My boss, he was very adamant that he wanted me to remain in the service. And so whatever he had to do to communicate that I was still capable of doing my job, and in fact, he thought that this experience quite possibly made me better at my job. He was very vocal. He cleared a path for me. He was very personable. He didn't hide behind rank on your chest. He cared about everyone. And when he saw talents, he leveraged those talents, or he moved out of the way and let those talents do what they need to do. My family they did what families do. They're amazing. But yeah, people showed up for me. Yeah.
That's awesome. Thank you. My second question for today. Have you ever encountered adversity while leading that was so challenging you feared that you wouldn't overcome it?
I can take that one. Good morning, everyone. Senior, thank you for sharing that. To answer your question, yes. And I feel like fear, a lot of people, at least for me, I listen to that word and I'm like, that can't be me, right? I can't fear anything. But as a young adult, half of the decisions I make, I'm fearful of. Am I making the right decision? Was this the correct, path for me? And I have a very specific event that happened to me that I recently experienced, where I was on this deployment, and that's something new, right? So that entire setting was new to me and kind of scary. As a new staff sergeant at the time, I was excited to show up and lead, right? That's what this means to me, right? It's a heavy charge. You show up and you lead. So when I get there and I take note of the tone and the environment that was already set, right from out of the gate, I was dismissed and I was demeaned, and I couldn't understand why, since I was just recently showing up. And I started noticing behaviors, and I started noticing choice of words or lack thereof. And I felt like it was because I was a female staff sergeant, a young female staff sergeant that was in charge of leading teams. So I had to navigate, right, getting dismissed from senior leaders that were in charge of me and were there to give me direction and instruction and empowerment. And then I had to navigate being demeaned and dismissed also by my troops, by the very people that I wanted to connect with, take care of, so that we can then take care of the mission. So yeah, after a while, I was fearful that I was gonna fall short, because when you care about taking care of people and you're invested in the mission, yeah, I was afraid of failing to do right by, one, my Air Force, and two, my people. And I never got the chance to prove that, because that bias was already set when I got there. And so that was kind of my fear, was, can I get over the hump? Can I get over the obstacle? Can they see me as a staff sergeant and not just some girl that got chosen to lead a team? So yeah, absolutely. I've had to have a little fear and some time to get me to act also, so there's some outcome.
Well, as a follow-up question with that, we all have fear, and sometimes fear can be debilitating, but it doesn't have to be. So for you, in that case, in that scenario, and maybe in life, how have you overcome those fears? What did you do to step outside of that and get to the point where you are today?
So that's a great question. So out of that entire experience, I got to learn more about myself, one as a woman, two as a leader. And I had to reflect and see maybe what was I lacking within myself. So I looked toward self-help books, how to set boundaries, forgiving myself for maybe not identifying when I was being manipulated, pretty much, because I knew I was showing up to do my job. I knew that in my heart I was showing up for airmen. I was just never given a chance. So I took that personal, and I had to forgive myself for that.
Mm-hmm. So when you think, sorry, lots of follow-up questions for you. You may have not been ready for that. So I'm just thinking about your story, right? And it's so interesting because we have these things that can stop us in our tracks, and sometimes we can't get through the finish line. With that being said, it sounds like you've learned some lessons through the way, right? Like these obstacles that you've had to hurdle through, right? So what are some of those lessons that you can share as you lead, as a future leader, as a current leader, that some of us can kind of take away with us?
Lessons based on
just lessons, yep, lessons from like the fears that you've overcome, some of the obstacles that you've had to jump over.
Let me think about it. I guess the biggest lesson for me was to learn that I can take up space, and I don't have to try to justify why I have a voice when it was already established, right? I wouldn't be wearing the rank that I have if that didn't matter. So, validating myself first before entering a room, and it's kind of hard to do because you look around the room and you look for seniority, and sometimes even I still look around the room and I look for, okay, who's the oldest? Because they have experience, they're the wisest. And I'm starting to learn that age sometimes doesn't mean that you've had the best experiences for a job. So I think ownership, taking on challenges head on, and just really, again, going in thinking, if no one else believes in the room that I can handle this, me, myself, I know I can take it on.
Love it. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you. That was awesome. My next question is, has any one experience or a combination of experience with adversity, have they created mental health challenges? And if so, how did you know? And how did you overcome it?
So I think it's my turn, right? Thank you guys for sharing your story. So for me, prior to this assignment, I will say it was probably my worst assignment in my Air Force career. And it started off with toxic leadership, right? Toxic leadership, toxic work environment. But the leader was retiring, and we had a new person that was in charge, so I'm like, okay, we can make change, like we can make a difference. And so the leader took charge. It was a female, and I wanted to talk about diversity and inclusion and how can we make changes in our organization based on what I saw, what folks were telling me, and the response back to me was, well, it's the good old boy system down here. Okay. I'm diverse, I'm a woman. Okay. And, oh, by the way, we hire according to EEO guidelines. Okay. So I wasn't gonna, that's how that conversation ended. So that leader didn't see what I saw, right? But when I looked at my leadership SharePoint page, I didn't see anybody I can identify with. When I looked on the floor in the organization, there was disparity. But I was like, okay, cool. But from that, I guess I had a target, right? So then I became the workhorse, right? My branch, I had a branch, I had geographically separate units, one up north, one up down south, and everything that came in that organization, me or my folks had to do. Like, okay, cool, whatever. And then it got to the point where the culture the turnover. People were finding other jobs. People were trying to retire because the environment was toxic, right? So I have a conversation with my leadership, the director and the deputy director. And they're giving me tasking, and I'm like, ma'am, I don't think that's what I should be doing. You go and do it. Ma'am, I don't think that's what I should be doing. And then it went to the point where, don't you want to be a leader? This is what it takes to be a leader. Do you know any leaders? Have you ever talked to a leader? And I'm like, wait, I'm 16 years in the Air Force. I think I've talked to a couple leaders. I think I know a couple of them. But for you to ask me that, right? Like, what is going on? So from that meeting, a couple days later, I get an email from my supervisor and a calendar invite with the senior master sergeant, senior enlisted leader. I've never met the guy before. I didn't even know he existed. So I had a meeting with him and her, and to hear our side of the stories. Okay, cool. So she shares her side, I tell my side. So as I'm telling my side of the story, she says, there you go attacking me again. I can't continue this conversation. Oh, okay. So the senior says to my supervisor, I can tell you really care. You really genuinely care about her. She starts crying, you know, she does that. So for me, he says, Lieutenant Colonel Augustine, I caution you on your aggression. I repeat, I caution you on your aggression. Okay, got it. A couple days later, so he works for our big boss, right? So then the colonel, who works for a SES, so the colonel is the one in charge of us, right? Have a meeting with him. Colonel Augustine, I've talked to your supervisor. I want to get your side of the story. Okay, cool, great. Here's my side of the story. Had a PowerPoint, I had it all. I'm like, point number 1, number 2, number 3. So then a couple days later, they said, Colonel Augustine, I need a meeting with you. Colonel and the senior master sergeant. I was like, okay, I'm ready for it. Let's do it. Lieutenant Colonel Augustine, we have decided that you are not a good leader. We have decided that you're not a good program manager. We have decided that you're not a good officer. But we care about you. Great. We're going to help you. Okay, cool. But then he says, we have decided that you need humility. And we're going to teach you humility. And then he says, I'm going to pause. What do you think about that? I can't tell you what I really think. Sir, if you think I need humility, then I guess that's what I need. Now, mind you, I had never spoke to this man before. He didn't even know I existed, right? But this team decided that that's what I needed. Okay, cool. Then he goes on to say, the lieutenant colonel is not your peer. Okay, I'm like, okay. Then he goes on to say, you're gonna get a fair OPR. You're gonna get a fair, because I told her to give you a fair OPR, but whatever she puts, I'm not gonna make her change it. Okay. So I'm like, wow. So imagine living in that environment for 8 years. I mean, not 8 years, excuse me, 8 months, I'm sorry.
It's like, oh,
But it felt like 8 years.
you are resilient. You are so resilient.
8 months, felt like 8 years. So that's what I dealt with. That was my adversity, right? And it's what do you do? And so, in addition to that, right? So, I'm black. I'm a female. My supervisor was a white female. The colonel was a white colonel. The lieutenant colonel was white. The senior master sergeant was white. But just imagine sitting, well, we were a Zoom call because it was during COVID, right? But for you to tell me that. So then I Google, like, what is humility? What is the definition? And I'm like, are we serious here? Like, first of all, you don't know me, right? But that's what I need. And you're going to teach it to me. And they taught it to me, right? Oh, and then he says, and when your boss gives you something to do, you have one opportunity to ask a question, and then you say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am, and you go and do it.
So I think what's interesting, too, just to comment on what you've shared so far is you probably feel like you're an island, right? And let's be clear here. There's nothing wrong with being white. Nothing wrong with it, right? There's nothing wrong with being black. There's nothing wrong with whatever identity that we carry. However, she still felt alienated, right? And I want to be clear, we have a lot of allies here in this room. And I thank you. Thank you. We need you. And the SECAF said it really well in our women's symposium a couple months ago, and he said, we also need teammates. And what it sounds like is that you really needed a teammate, right? And with that being said, we talk about being in islands and how that isolation can affect us. I mean, it's truly core to what adversity is. I guess, what are some of the things through that, in that isolation, that you felt like affected you from a mental health standpoint? And then what did you do to overcome it? We do have a couple minutes left, so I just wanted to offer that, but I just was hoping you could answer that question for us.
So in addition to dealing with this, right? So that moment, like that night, like I kept replaying the conversation in my head, right? I'm like what is going on here? So that then led to insomnia, anxiety, depression. But I still had to show up and lead my team every day, right? So every day I put on the good front because I'm strong and I'm going to take care of my folks and I'm going to lead. But they don't know what's going on behind the scenes, right? They don't know that I haven't slept for 3 months. They don't know that the feelings that I feel for my leadership and what they feel about me. In addition to that, it was 2020. It was September of 2020, the whole George Floyd, the social climate, COVID. I'm single. I live alone. I had not seen anybody in 6 months. We were 100% teleworking. So I was isolated, social isolation, right? So it took a toll on my psychological well-being, right? The things that I used to do, I couldn't do. We couldn't go to the gym. We couldn't get out. Those things we couldn't do. But I would talk to my friends. But for me, it got to the point where COVID, the deaths, then my mom passed. And so I think I was already on the edge. So that put me over, right? And so then I had to seek behavioral counseling, right? Help me through this. Help me through the insomnia. I haven't slept. At that point, it was like 5 months. Like I could not sleep. The anxiety, the why is this happening? Why? And you know, they give you literature and hey, you know, read this, take this, and do this. But then when the counselor says you have signs of depression or anxiety, insomnia, PTSD, I was like, whoa. I said, don't put that in my medical records. I said, because I still want to be in the Air Force. you know, I want to retire, I want to serve my country. Like, so that stigma is still there. The stigma is still there. So I'm like, give me the literature and let me journal and let me read and let me continue to talk to my family and friends, but like, I don't want to lose my career.
Yeah. No, thank you for sharing that. Looks like we have a couple more minutes left. If anyone has any questions out in the audience, I wanted to offer that up before we close up.
Ooh, that was quick. I see
That
it
was
right
quick,
there.
yeah.
All right, we're going to take some questions from the live audience and online. Let's keep this moving.
Colonel Lynn Bray, I'm here with two of my colleagues. We came from African, Germany, to be here. We're very excited to be here, so thank you. Yeah, my phone, I don't need it, but so what I wanted to say is I appreciate you all sharing your story, but then I have to ask that one question about mentorship and or a mentor. Your thoughts, in any way you want to give it to me or share with us, do you think the value of having a mentor to be able to have that feedback for the young sergeant's situation and how to get on the other side of it, or just to have someone as a sounding board with an objective viewpoint in your situation? So mentorship and the value and importance of having a mentor. Thanks.
So I think we need it all. And I will say this, even if you're not acting in the capacity of a mentor, we suffer from an atrophied imagination and a lack of curiosity about people. And so we sum them up, like when she's talking, I'm over here getting a little enraged because the words that are used to describe her, we need to expand our lexicon so we know how to describe people. And when you talk about mentorship versus sounding board, I think we need a sounding board. My husband, he developed this theory for me that when I get really upset about something, I'm supposed to call him to take the venom out of the bite. So he says, you still need to bite, but you got to take the venom out, because if you poison the line of communication, it's going to be impossible to get through. But mentorship matters because we're just laying the bricks for the people to come behind us. So we got to be intentional about that too.
Okay, thank you very much. We have an online question that's going to come from the booth.
Is there a difference between aggression and being assertive?
Let me think about that. What's the definition?
She's already got it Googled. Sorry, 1 second, ma'am. Mike is coming.
Hi, team. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Kenan Van Kelly, and I'm here with Colonel Ray, so you all know we're from Germany. And I was going to say the difference is who they use those words to describe, because I've been called aggressive, and when I'm definitely being assertive, but that has not been used to describe some of my other colleagues. So it's the word that they want to use to describe me as aggressive. But back to my question. So I hope that answered the question for the person online.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Team.
So, thank you. So, I also had a question, and this starts back from the first speaker, the second speaker, and now to this panel. And it had to do with how do you get a sponsor when the people that you identify and connect with are also not in those rooms? And then, because I have seen that people who are total screw-ups, who don't look like me, who probably fit your description more so, and they could be a screw-up, but somebody reaches down and starts to mentor them. But if it's someone else, you don't have that person to come down and get you to show you how to do it, because they're also not in those rooms.
Well, thank you for the question, and thank you for the definitions. So, I always go back to the definition, because I want to make sure I understand the words, right? Like, you gotta know the true meaning of the words. And in my situation, what I did notice was that my leader, my female leader, she was a civilian. It doesn't matter, but she was still in charge of us, right? And I noticed how they said they were gonna help me, right? But what they did was, the colonel never spoke to me after that. Nobody groomed me, nobody mentored me, but they did do it for her. And so, because we were on Teams calls, and some of my feedback to my leadership was, when people say displeasing things on the call, her face turns red, her nose flares out, she doesn't smile anymore, she doesn't tell people thank you. And so from that, even the senior master sergeant said, I'm helping her, I'm teaching her. And you could see after each person would brief, thank you for your brief. You know, just, so she got it, I didn't get it. So for me, the way I got out of that assignment was I had to leave that situation, right? So I had to make phone calls, I had to email, and eventually I emailed our leadership and said, hey, I need to get out of here. For my psychological, social, physical well-being, I can no longer sustain this. And thankfully, I got this assignment. And people took notice, and now I have mentors. I have people who support me and treat, like General Cotton said, I just wanted to be treated as a human being, right? Because that's what I am. That's what we all are. Like, minus the uniform, I'm a person. I have feelings. And so it took me 17 years in to get a mentor, right? People that I can trust. But it's hard because at the get-go, I didn't have one.
That boss I was telling you about, he is a white male lieutenant colonel. Thank you. And he explained to me that sometimes when we're not looking at the talent that people have, we put people on an escalator and they just got to stay on it and it keeps going up. While there are other people who might be misunderstood, not seen, doesn't have a voice, who hadn't had that same opportunity. And yes, we gotta fix the mentorship piece. Not everybody has it, but I think it might be based on what some people have shared with me. We might need to do a little bit better job on the officer side as well.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to speak on mentorship too, because I feel like you don't know what you don't know, right? And I learned that from the jump when I put on staff, because when I was a senior airman, I looked to my NCOs, my senior NCOs, and I was like, well, they have all the answers. They're wearing that thing on their chest. They know it all. Then I put this on my chest, and immediately I was kind of lost. Like, how do you NCO? How do you Google, Reddit? How do you do this? How do you do that? Y'all all been there. Don't lie to me.
All y'all been there.
So I'm on this deployment, and I see a lack of leadership, and I see a lack of humanity, and I see a lack of mentorship. So had I been on that deployment and I maybe felt like I could go up to someone and ask them for advice on how to lead teams, right? Or if I saw strong male leaders correct male airmen who were doing the things and saying the things, or acting the part instead of acting like the man, acting like a leader, a professional senior NCO, then maybe I wouldn't have felt like the world was crumbling, like I couldn't trust my airmen, that I couldn't trust my senior leaders, that I didn't have that fear, I didn't feel unsafe. So absolutely, I think we should do a better job of reaching out and extending that arm, because maybe I don't feel comfortable to go up to my senior and be like, ma'am, could you show me the way? Yeah. Right? If that relationship hasn't been established. But if you go and show me some things and then I feel comfortable around you or someone of your rank, then I'll go up to you next time and ask you, how do I navigate these waters? How do I connect with these airmen when all they see is what they see, right?
But I'm doing that first. And as the leader, we got to make our rounds before we start making sounds.
There we go.
There you go. go, dropping the mic.
When you're out and about and you're connecting with people, these people who their purpose isn't the sum of the stripes on their chest. You know, their destiny isn't that chevron that's sitting on their chest. We all have an expiration date. We can't do this forever. So putting all that aside, we're just people, and we gotta connect with one another, because you can't lead without connection, and you can't reach the walls of your existence without other people.
Absolutely. No, and
Well said.
hey, it's one of these things we talk about mentorship, and ma'am, thank you for being upfront and direct and raw and real. That's what we want in this panel, right? And I'd offer to say this: mentorship, mentors, mentees come in all shapes and sizes. And I think, this is just me saying this, but I think we can learn a lot from people who don't look like us. I think it's so important. And I think to your point, representation is so important, absolutely. But also, just to challenge the people in the room, find mentees that look different than you. Seek that, you know? And we talked about this. My mentors growing up through the Air Force, they're my senior NCOs. They made sure I didn't get fired, let me tell you. Like, they weren't officers. They didn't look like me. So my point is it goes back to the concept of diversity and truly inclusion, right? How do we learn from each other? So I just wanted to make sure I pointed it out, and it was just a great question, ma'am. Thank you for offering that.
We have another question over here. Sarnanse?
Senior Willett from Kirtland Air Force Base. I have a question for Lieutenant Colonel Augustine about your experience. I was just wondering, did you feel targeted before your experience happened because of your race? And also, how did you continue to be your authentic self whenever you were included by your leadership?
Thank you. I love that question. I wouldn't say I felt targeted, but before my leader took charge of our unit, she was the deputy, right? And like Senior Caesar says, she was a toxic followership, right? And she sat back and she watched the colonel do things that was not right and never said anything. And me and the colonel had a conversation. So I don't think I was targeted, but she knew that I stood for certain things and I had a voice, right? But I think what happened was she wanted to take my voice from me, right? And that's what they did. Because after that first meeting, I remember telling my mom on the phone, I was like, Mom, I feel like George Floyd. I was like, I have no voice now. When the colonel says, you do as you're told, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. So then I stopped. So each day, you know, I would sit in meetings and I wasn't being me, right? Because I couldn't speak. I didn't have a voice at the table. Over time, I slowly chipped away at my true self. And then that's when I went to the behavioral health and got counseling, and that's when I said, I can't continue here because this is not who I am. And so that's when the last bit of energy that I had, I reached out and I was like, get me out of here. And then, like I said, then I came here and like I'm just rejuvenated, right? I can speak, and I'm so thankful that when I got here, I had another civilian boss who was a female, who was white, and she always made sure I had a seat at the table. And she always asked for my opinion, and I was like, this is wonderful. And then from that supervisor, now I have a colonel that's a Caucasian guy, and he's like, I'm gonna mentor you, and I'm gonna look out for you, and I wanna help you. And I'm like, God works in mysterious ways.
Yeah. Any other questions?
So we appreciate all the questions that are coming in. As with all of our panelists and everyone's that here today, if you would like sidebar conversations, they'll be moving around the symposium area. So this concludes our first panel. So thank you for everything, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
So thank you to our moderator, panelists, and audience for all of your questions. At this time, we will transition to the skill building sessions and lunch. Please stay seated until the usher motions for your section to exit. Once you exit the auditorium, please proceed to the banquet hall to pick up your lunch and report to the breakout session you have selected. We will resume in the main hall at 12:30. 12:30. Ladies and gentlemen, while we're getting set up for our next fireside panel, I'd just like to specify that in-person questions will not be taken. If we do have time at the end of this fireside chat, they will be taken virtually. So if you would like to ask a question, please use the QRC code on the back of your badge or through YouTube, and those questions will be vetted and then brought up to the panel if time permits. Thank you.
All right, we ready? All right. So good afternoon, everyone. Post-lunch. I am Allison McQueen, the A1 Director for Air Force Global Strike Command. And I know, right? Yay, A1! Woo! So we're welcoming you to this conversation and fireside chat. As a reminder, all questions will be submitted virtually, and for those of you on YouTube, follow the prompts in the comments. It is my pleasure to introduce our moderator and panelists. Moderating the discussion is Colonel Bridget Tank McNamara. Woo! I know, right? Colonel McNamara is a B-1 pilot by trade and currently serves as the Vice Commander, 8th Air Force, Barksdale Air Force Base, Louisiana. In fact, I know, we're in Louisiana. In fact, she is the first woman to serve in this role in the 80-year history of 8th Air Force. Right. That's right. She's kind of a big deal, so there's that. The mighty 8th is responsible for the service's bomber force and airborne nuclear command and control assets, encompassing more than 21,000 airmen across 6 installations. Please welcome Colonel McNamara. Woo! All right, so our first panelist, someone we all know and love, General Anthony Cotton, Commander, Air Force Global Strike Command, and the Commander of the Air Force's Strategic Air for U.S. Strategic Command. General Cotton. Woo! Thank you, sir. General Cotton oversees approximately 34,000 professionals known as strikers. Here we are, operating at 2 numbered air forces and 11 wings, as well as the Joint Global Strike Operations Center. The command is responsible for all U.S. Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missiles and all bomber aircraft, including the B-1, the B-2, and local favorite B-52. Other command weapon systems include the UH-1N helicopters, the E-4B National Airborne Operations Center aircraft, and the Air Force NC-3 weapons system. Please welcome General Anthony Cotton. Woo! All right, and the person we've been waiting for, super excited to welcome the Honorable Gina Ortiz Jones, Undersecretary of the Air Force. Ms. Jones is responsible. Ms. Jones is responsible for the affairs of the Department of the Air Force, comprised of the U.S. Air Force and U.S. Space Force. This includes organizing training and equipping air and space forces and the welfare of approximately 700,000 airmen, guardians, and their families. That's all of us, too. She oversees the department's annual budget of more than $168 billion and directs strategy and policy development, risk management, weapons acquisition, technology investments, and human resource management across the enterprise. Ms. Jones is also a former Air Force intelligence officer, commissioned, that's right, commissioned through the Air Force Reserve Officer Training Corps program at Boston University. Please welcome the Honorable Gina Ortiz Jones. Woo! Colonel McNamara, over to you.
Ma'am, sir, please grab a seat.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, you can tell we've got great energy in the crowd today.
Yeah. Even after lunch, that's
even
awesome.
Even after lunch, it's pretty awesome. So,
turn the lights on, though. Make sure no one's sleeping.
So we thank you both for taking the time out of your incredibly busy schedules to be here with us today. So we've got 45 minutes to cover a lot of ground and hear a lot of the great perspectives that both of you have to offer. So if we could, I'd like to offer you opportunity for a few opening comments first.
Sure, and I won't take a lot of time. I just want to say thank you for all those who are here virtually and in person. You know, COVID got a vote and turned everything into a virtual opportunity for us in the past 2 years, and it's really, really neat to see everybody kind of get together in live sessions. Like I said this morning, what I want you guys to be able to take out of this is not only the incredible speakers that you've heard this morning, and hopefully what you'll get out of the fireside chat with the Under and myself. But it's more about the relationship building that you're having in this in-person experience. You remember I told you, I'm the generation of giving each other business cards. You're the generation of giving each other your phone numbers so you can text each other and put it in your smartphone. But make sure you take opportunities to do that because it might not be today, it might not be tomorrow, it might be next month or next year, but you'll have some teammates that you can collaborate with to maybe solve some problems that you'll be facing in the future or that you're facing today. So thanks, and I can't wait to hear the questions that you're going to ask us. And it's a pleasure being here with the Under.
Thank you, sir.
Great. Well, thank you, Tank. What a cool call sign, by the way. General Cotton, thank you for the kind invitation. I mean, I think you sent this to me a couple of months ago, and I responded, I think maybe within like 12 minutes. I was like, I will be there, absolutely.
She did.
And I want to thank some of the organizers, Major Hazel, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Captain Buckmiller. And I hope I don't butcher the name, but Master Sergeant Wagand?
You got it.
Wagand? Okay. I know this stuff doesn't just come together, right? And I know you don't get any extra credit for doing this. So I want to thank y'all for your leadership, and certainly thank you all for your leadership in making this happen. You know, I didn't have any prepared remarks for this part of it, but General Cotton's comments actually just wanted me to hit on one point. And so, yeah, there's a different generation in terms of business cards versus giving each other numbers. But in hearing the introduction for Tank, I will say that this is also a generation where there's a critical mass, where you are not only introducing yourselves differently, but you are asking tough questions and pushing boundaries, as you should be. And that is what I'm very excited about, frankly, just evident by this event, right? And the senior leaders that are pushing forward to making it happen. But you all, my challenge to you would certainly network, but also think about how the things that you're going to learn here, the connections you're going to make here, help bring that back for those that weren't unfortunately fortunate. We couldn't have everybody here today. But how do we bring this back into the entire Department of the Air Force? Right? How do we make sure that everybody comes to work today, understands they can serve to their full potential? Because we've got the high-end fight that is, frankly, motivating and shaping every single thing the Secretary and I focus on. So we've got that, but we can't be in obviously every organization. That's where you all come in and make sure that we're living up to our core values, which I certainly still remember. But also ensuring that we are doing everything possible to get the most out of our airmen, our guardians, and our civil servants. So thanks for being here.
That's great. And ma'am, you gave us a great lead into our first tough question here. And so, of course, both exceptional leaders first and in your own rights with unique perspectives, diverse backgrounds. So given those backgrounds in your current positions, what steps have you taken or are you taking currently to create some deliberate opportunities for our airmen and for our guardians as well? And ma'am, we'll start with you.
Sure. Okay, so my team said these were all going to be true-false questions. So I'm just kidding. But I think you're exactly right. I mean, like when you are in these, frankly, fortunate to be in these seats, what are you doing for those that are coming behind you? And in this position, there are tons of opportunities to do that. We just got to have the courage to do them. And one of those first things happened, I want to say, not even 2 months in the seat. But I thought it was illustrative of the types of questions that we all need to be asking as leaders. Because those are, it's frankly having the courage to ask those questions, which is going to allow us to give us the data then that we can push forward. So a couple of months after the Secretary and I got in the seat, they were actually briefing out the findings of the second RDR, right, the Racial and Gender Disparity Report. And I thought it was very interesting when they were briefing out how they briefed out separately race and ethnicity and gender. As a woman of color, there's an intersection there that I would have been very interested to understand. And so I asked the question, why wasn't that looked at or why wasn't that included? And it wasn't deliberate, they just didn't think about it. And so I think, really kind of eye-opening moment for me in that sometimes you've got to ask the question. They went back and frankly, in asking that, we recognize that certainly we've got some challenges, more acute in certain communities. And if we are serious about this, and you have absolutely a leadership team that is, we've got to have the data that helps us understand where we have bigger deficits. So the first report showed that on the whole, women are doing fine. Right? They're keeping on pace with who's going to PME, who's getting promoted, who's getting selected for certain positions. But when you actually did the layering of race, gender, and ethnicity, what it showed is that white women were doing much better than women of color, and it was masking their lack of progress. It showed that our least promoted group demographic overall is Asian American men. It showed, frankly, qualitatively and quantitatively, the comments of some of our women of color. When you looked at their selection rates and promotion rates and et cetera, those challenges were echoed in some of in some of their sentiments about their trust in their leaders to address certain issues. So again, it was frankly knowing that they're frankly seeing a gap, seeing how we could address that, and now using that data to inform our efforts moving forward. So, everything from one, asking the tough question, but also, frankly, just a recent thing. Maybe you all saw the recent article that clarified what our policy actually is on aviators who happen to be pregnant. The fact that it was a challenge to get that clarification is mind-boggling to me when we hear often about our pilot shortage and whatnot, and so getting that clarification, but also making that information available. I know it seems very simple, but when you're a leader, how can you kind of have as much transparency as possible? That's been always my lesson learned. How do you have as much transparency as possible? Because transparency leads to accountability, and accountability builds trust. Right? And so very eye-opening experience just in getting the clarification out. And we're not done with that policy.
That's great, thank you, man. I kind of want to highlight, we talk about diversity in a lot of different reasons, but your first answer, the question that you asked that hadn't been in there before, that question may not have been asked ever or for another 10 years if it hadn't come from a diverse background and a diverse perspective to get after that. So that's exactly what we're talking about when we talk about the need for diversity.
I mean, we're also, by the way, we're talking about 10% of the force. Women of color are 10% of the force. And when we look at the demographics in the country, there's an excellent RAND report, actually, that looks at, because one of the things that we really look at as well is kind of propensity to serve, right? We're still dealing with the effects of the 2008 recession, where you have a smaller population, people had fewer kids. Frankly, you're seeing continued effects of people that are medically unable to serve, academically not prepared to serve, excuse me. And so, we've got to be ruthless in our recruiting, in our retention. And so understanding these challenges of those that are serving are important because, again, everything that we do, everything that we say conveys the value that we place or do not place on somebody's service. You can have a TikTok, you can have an Instagram, but I know in some parts of the country and in some communities, that doesn't matter. You know what they know? They know Vanessa Guillen. So we better understand how some of these policies and our actions are affecting our ability to recruit the best and brightest and keep the best and brightest.
Absolutely, yes, ma'am. General Cotton, over to you, same question.
Yeah, so to kind of play off of the Undersecretary's comments, you heard the word trust. You heard the word, and people at Global Strike Command know because I use this quite a bit, ask the perfect question. So the Undersecretary had to ask the perfect question. How do we make it so you don't have to ask the perfect question moving forward, right? How do you educate people to understand how you can have these conversations to kind of get after the things we need to talk about and have conversations about? It's not about shaming people. It's not about any of that. It's about just really having some direct and honest feedback and conversations to be able, just like I said this morning, to have conversations of two human beings having conversations in regards. How am I doing that or trying to achieve that within Global Strike Command? It's our 4 lines of effort, and it's the first one of people, right? So how do we deliberately manage our force? And how do I, as a MAGCOM commander, look at Global Strike Command, and am I happy with Global Strike Command? Am I happy that it took 80 years to have the first female vice commander of 8th Air Force? And if I look at my leisure, when do I have an opportunity to have the first female 8th Air Force commander, right? And are we building a bench to be able to do those kind of things? And if not, why not? and truly ask the question of why not, and figure out how do you then close those gaps that are involved. So what I told people when we came up with the 4 line of efforts that you guys are familiar with within Global Strike Command, of which people is foundational to all of it, you remember what I said. I said, we're 31,000 strong. I pretty much own the operator career field of both 8th Air Force and 20th Air Force. I would hope that we could deliberately manage our career fields to make sure that we have a diverse, field of candidates moving forward, right? What we all understand, it is not something that can just turn on a dime, though. You have to build that bench. And if that bench wasn't actually built, then you have to start building that bench to make sure people have opportunities to be able to do those things. Because Secretary Jones is the perfect example. We built a bench to give us an opportunity to have a female, underrepresented undersecretary who could receive a briefing at the right time to ask the right question to move us in different directions. Folks, you can substitute that at much lower level type of meetings that we would have, whether it's at the squadron level. Heck, folks, it could be at the flight level, on making sure that you ask those type of questions all the way up to the secretarial level, right? So how do we do that? That's what we want to do within Global Strike Command. That's part of striker culture, of which my first line of effort is people, right? So how do we make sure that people get the opportunities? And I know, we might get into some questions on, have I seen anything? And I'll answer that if we get follow-on questions in regards to, how do you attack some of the things that you might see? So from my perspective as a MAGCOM commander, just feeding on what the Undersecretary said, it's all true. It matters to be able to have diversity in the room, to be able to kind of go, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. And guess what? We do that quite a bit.
That's right. Yeah.
Hold on.
Right.
Wait a minute. not quite following you there. So okay, explain that to me, and then it broadens the conversations.
Can I just off what the general just mentioned, because I think what enables the good conversations though is when you've got the data. Right? Because it's really hard to refute the data. And so I spend maybe 70, and you asked one of the questions, but I probably spend 75% of my day asking 3 questions. Why not, and where's the data? Right? Those are simple questions, but those are honestly some of the hardest questions for people to answer, especially the where's the data, and then why not, right? Yeah. Because especially the why not, you're now asking somebody to kind of challenge their own assumptions. But I think that's fundamentally what it is to be a leader, right? You're only in these positions for a short amount of time. How do you leave it better than when you got there? And how, when you ask those questions, are you actually demonstrating to your team that you are willing, frankly, but also when you get those questions, right, you better be able to answer them, right? So not only are you willing to ask the hard questions, you are willing to receive those questions, because again, they make you a better organization.
All right, great. Thank you both. And kind of playing off of that a little bit. So, General Cotton, your comments this morning about being a good human first and moving forward from there, and then and now kind of advancing through the ranks and the positions, both of you, and the actions that you're taking now in your leadership positions to help to move forward as a service clearly have been shaped by who you are and your experiences of your life. And unfortunately, some of those have been faced with examples of inequality and injustice and things that just aren't right. So if you don't mind, if you could tell us a little bit about maybe an experience or two, and more importantly, how you responded to it, and maybe how that's influenced you as a leader coming. Yeah,
so being a human being, some I responded to better than others. but the reality is, I think if everyone can understand that everyone doesn't start at the same place, it makes things so much easier. There's this assumption, and it's that let's just say I, as a college graduate from NC State University, ROTC grad, now I'm a second lieutenant. Now I'm exactly at the same place as any other second lieutenant college graduate, and that's not true. right? And it's regardless of skin color, it's regardless of gender. But we tend to, because it's easier for the machine, to kind of categorize everyone as being, okay, you're kind of at the same place. You know, so I think we're finally kind of breaking through that a little bit to have conversations on first understand that everyone isn't given the same opportunities. Don't look at me as an African-American male to think you understand what my background is and where I come from. Because just like, to be frank, I can talk to Tank, and I'm not going to make an assumption that I understand, you know, what your background is and where you come from. So don't make that assumption, because it could be a bad assumption, and because that's a bad assumption, you'll move forward on now from Lieutenant Cotton all the way up to Captain Cotton and forward on, you know, on trying to manage or help someone in their career based off of a bad assumption. So that's the first thing that I think people need to kind of get out of their heads. And you remember this morning, go back to treat everybody as a human being and understand who that person is. The fact that the other piece of that, I think, is how do we then, you know, going back to the question of, okay, have I seen some of those things? I'll give you a good example, right? So all I ask for example, let me just talk about building a slate. Building a slate to be on my staff or whatever the case may be. You know, I just want to give everybody a fair shot and equal opportunity to you know, the problem is a slate being built where people are given a fair opportunity and equal opportunity to even compete, right? And sometimes, going back to the perfect question, the answer might be no, right? So it's actually incumbent of the person who's trying to receive that data to sometimes help by asking that perfect question to make sure that the data is actually correct. And what I mean by that. So, you know, if I'm sitting here and I'm looking for an aide, I'm looking for an exec or something like that, and I'm actually perusing the entire command, and I get a slate, and the slate, you know, looks like one thing. You know, I said, so you're telling me that there's no one else out there, so we can have just a conversation, because I just want to see who's out there that's available that we can, you know, potentially, you know, hire. Then when you do that, then someone, oh yeah, so I'll, you know, what about, you know, blah blah blah. Oh yes sir, she's great. Well, why isn't she on the slate? Oh, well, yeah, you're absolutely right. We'll put her on the slate. She probably needs to be on the slate. Right? What about blah, 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 blah? Oh, yeah, forgot about him too, sir. But, you know, he's going somewhere else, and that's okay, because this person was going somewhere else, but he's on the slate. So how do we have these, you know, make it so we don't have to do those? And I always go back and say, ask that perfect question to ensure that people can have, once again, even though you might start off at different points, help people so they can actually get to the same point. What do I mean by that? I'm not saying that I want to lower standards, and that's where you get into this weird conversation, and that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is people might start at different places. How do you make it so people will grow so they're competitive, right? Not that I'm getting ready to lower a standard to make it so I can have someone else add it to the slate.
Absolutely.
Right, and define slate how you will.
Yes, sir, and all that's great. And I think it speaks a lot to some of the other conversations we've already had this morning. Mentorship and knowing your people and taking the time to get to know people so that you can have, one, the conversations, but two, really understand what people are about and how you can help them grow and develop a little bit better. So ma'am, I'll turn the question back over to you and kind of tweak it a little bit, really towards more of the sum of your experiences, good, bad, and otherwise, how they've sort of shaped you and your perspective as the undersecretary.
Sure. Just to ping off what you just said, though, I think mentors are important. I think advocates are also are probably more important, right? Because you can help somebody, give them good advice and whatnot, but if you don't do what just General Cotton just did, which is like, hey, what about so-and-so? Or like actively help push good people, then we might not be as deliberate as we could be, or because we don't know everybody, right? And so sometimes, to the general's point, the process can push out an answer, and we know that the talent might be actually a little bit broader than what we're seeing. So being a good advocate, I think, is also important. So my experience, I mean, one of my key experiences is having served under Don't Ask, Don't Tell. And I will never forget showing up to Boston University, very excited that I had earned a 4-year ROTC scholarship. I was raised by a single mom, so when they said, hey, we're gonna pay for your school, I'm like, great, I will, wherever that is where I'm going. So much so, okay, break, Texas story. So I'm from San Antonio. I show up to BU though, and we're going through orientation. This is how little research I had done about BU. They're going through orientation, it's like 2 hours in, and they had yet to bring out the football team. So I lean over to the person next to me, and I'm like, hey, when are they bringing out the football team? And at that moment, is when I found out that BU did away with the football team, like 4 years before that. So that was a very significant emotional event. Just talk about like, so that was like diversity, like I'm trying to different interpretation of it in that instance. But I'll never forget showing up to BU. One of the very first things I had to do, I think this is actually before my first day, I had to sign a piece of paper that said I will not engage in homosexual behavior. Because Don't Ask, Don't Tell applied to me even as a cadet. So my opportunity to get an education, my opportunity to serve our country, my opportunity to die for our country if need be, all that goes away. Just because at the time, there weren't enough leaders with the courage, frankly, the courage, to say anybody ready and willing should have the opportunity to serve their country. And so that obviously, continues to shape and motivate me to ask that question, why, right? Well, why was that the case? And now when I look at other things that don't make sense or that aren't intuitive to me, I will ask why. A couple of months ago, late one evening, I'm looking at these SLEP packages, right? Are these enlisted folks, sharp folks that want to go to OTS or go through a commissioning program. And one of those, there's a waiver section, and on there, one of the things, one of the applicants who was really sharp had to submit a waiver because she was pregnant. And so to me, that didn't make sense. Why do you have to submit a waiver just to apply for the program, right? I mean, I get that you can't go to basic or OTS if you're pregnant, but just to apply, you can't even be pregnant. Because you're going to have a kid, right, at some point. This is not like a permanent state. So, right?
I'm glad you clarified that.
No, hey.
In case anybody wanted to know.
That's right. That's right. So I go back to the MR folks. I'm like, hey, one, why in this instance, but also, what are all of those gender-specific policies that we have on the books? Because if you cannot show me what is the benefit of these policies, then we need to either edit them or modify them. Some maybe we keep, but some because there's an operational benefit. But there has to be an operational benefit. My concern, as soon as I saw that, I said, you know what? Somebody did not apply because they didn't want to submit a waiver. Or, I just heard it, or there was a commander, potentially, right, that looked at those, had a couple of applicants and said, I really want my person to be selected. Do I put forward the person that needs a waiver or who doesn't? And so if you can't tell me, right, why we have this on here that is deterring people from applying, that is denying us, the Department of the Air Force, the full talent in the service. So we are in the process of, so what they've done, they went out to the force. They said, hey, if you've got something, let us flag them, right? We went out to all the 2 letters, and we also sent something out to the force. And hopefully you all saw that and participated. I know the Women's Initiative team was very helpful in that, so thank you if you contributed to that. But we found about 75, 80 things, and everything from, there's one of our partner nations that doesn't accept female students at their ACS. We are working to rectify that. There are some other policies as well. But in that first policy that I just mentioned, we just found out, and so we're going to clarify this very quickly. The the policy that somebody could not apply to OTS because they were pregnant is actually not even a policy. So, so what they explained to me is that the policy is you cannot go to basic if you're pregnant. You can't go to OTS if you're pregnant. However, there is somebody that understood that to mean, oh, well, that means they have to tell us if they're pregnant when they're applying. No, that's not what that means, right? And so in asking this question, we're going to clarify that, but make sure that people understand what does and does not apply to them, and then make sure that policy is easily accessible. But it started with a why, right? It started with a one of Tony, like, why not, right? So have the courage to ask that question, and don't settle for these ridiculous answers. Like, you make them show it to you, right? Show me the AFI, where is it? And then you find out it doesn't doggone exist, my goodness. And so, but look, we're working hard on these things because this is about making sure that we've got the best folks, right, in the right positions, and ensuring that everyone's got the opportunity to serve to their full potential. Yeah. Can I just share, though, on Don't Ask, Don't Tell, real quick?
Absolutely.
So that, to me, kind of came full circle last fall, because it was the 10-year anniversary of the repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell. And so it was still COVID times. We couldn't really do a big thing. So I said, all right, well, I asked my folks, hey, in the Pentagon, see if you can identify folks that maybe served under Don't Ask, Don't Tell at that time. We'll come together. We'll at least take a picture. We can send it out to the force. There'll be like a picture of show of solidarity, right? And so it's the day of, and I'm walking to the group of folks that they've gotten together, Tony. And these are some and they're like really young, right? And I was like, oh man, my team messed up. And so I'm walking up to the group, and I'm like, hey, are you sure these folks served? And then one of them said, no. These folks, they joined because Don't Ask, Don't Tell was repealed. And they wanted to be part of the picture, right?
That's awesome. That's even better.
Yeah, right? And so when we think about what our courage can lead to, it can lead to ensuring we are opening ourselves up to an even broader pool of talent, right? So that just was very kind of heartwarming. I think probably one of my favorite days in the department.
That's awesome. Yeah. That's great. And the theme of this symposium is authenticity. And it's about getting after how can we be more authentic, and how can we create an environment to allow people to do that. And the repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell was a great example, I think, for our service to be able to do that. And who knows what the future is going to hold as we change and create and develop new policies. So sort of to that angle, I'd like to ask the next question. And it's really, at the levels that you're at, what can you share with our most junior airmen, or our airmen and airmen, all of our airmen, so civilians included here, that might be struggling or figuring out what being authentic really means to them, who they are, what they see their life looking like, and in the context of service to our country, what sort of words or advice would you give to those airmen, sir?
Yeah, I think from my perspective, I really want to be able to command a major command where people feel comfortable just being their authentic self. And to be frank, if there are barriers that are in place, that they're comfortable to kind of shine a light on it. Because I want, and it's to the Under's comment about trust, I want everyone within Global Strike Command to know that there is trust at the levels of which change can be made, that if we are at least given the opportunity to understand what roadblocks and dilemmas that they're facing, I just ask that you give me a chance to figure out how I can correct those wrongs or those roadblocks, if you will. Because if we can do that, we can get after so many things and continue to make it so our adversary every single day is worried about the men and women of Global Strike Command, not necessarily our weapon systems, because our weapon systems are taken care of by the men and women of Global Strike Command. So I just want to make sure that I'm giving everybody the opportunity to be their authentic selves. Now, I know there's a young airman that's sitting in the audience or on not live, but listening in, they'll say, sir, but you'll never know. It'll never get to you. I am looking at those who are in the audience that are part of the layers that are there to understand the statement that I've just made. Whether it's myself or whether it's Chief Melvina Smith, who's sitting in the front audience, or understand, it is to my core, because I understand because I live it every day, right? So just give us a chance to kind of figure out what we can do. And you know what? I have a direct line to the chief. I have a direct line to the under, to the secretary, and there's things that if it's at that level, we'll get after it. But we need to know about some of those things that are out there. And then finally, one of the things I think it's really funny, when I was in my last job, well, prior to being at Global Strike Command, I remember when I was the Air University commander, I said, when I retire, I'm going to write a book, and the title's going to be the words I hate the worst, right? And the title will be Just Because, right? Because I used to hear that so often, right? And I challenge folks. Well, sir, just because, right? Why are we doing it that way? Well, just because. So that's going to be the title of my book.
All right, we're going to look for it on the shelves.
The 2 words and not to say.
That's right. That's right.
Just because.
Awesome. Great. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, how would any comments you want to add on to General Collins, or how would you respond to that?
Sure. I mean, if folks were struggling with being their authentic selves, I would say, look, don't deny the world, don't deny the Department of the Air Force your full self. We need talent as diverse as the challenges and opportunities that we face as a country, right? That's what we need. And it's important that we all, one, again, be authentic, but also we create environments where people feel safe doing that.
Absolutely.
Right? And so I'll just end with, frankly, the advice that I give anybody who asks for it, which is the 3 things that I found that have helped me, right, that are kind of my principles are, of course, in addition to the core values, right, which I still remember. But my 3 things are, 1, be kind, right? I think it goes to being a good human, right? Don't be a jerk. No one likes a jerk. 2, work hard. I mean, that is, to me, one of the worst critiques if somebody thinks you're not working as hard as you could be, or you're not putting your all into it, right? So work hard, don't get outworked. And then lastly, be so good they cannot ignore you. Be so good they cannot ignore you. Okay? Those are my 3 things. Be kind, work hard, be so good they cannot ignore you.
That's great. We had an airman actually in the front office for 8th Air Force and GGSOC. So Airman Drummond, if you're out there, this is for you. She had a little plaque she'd leave on her desk, and it said, be so good, they can't ignore you.
Go.
So right
there
as you
go.
came into the office. So Airman Drummond, that one's for you. So, okay, ma'am, I think sir, we got about 10 minutes. So if you're good, we'll go ahead and take some questions live from the audience. So do we have any online questions? We'll start with those. So.
With the Air Force aiming to move to a more diverse and inclusive environment, how will you handle individuals who still have, quote, old school, quote, mentality, who are stuck in their ways, beliefs, and are resistant to change, who are still in those leadership positions?
Mm-hmm. Who wants to take it first? Roll your sleeves up.
So I mean, I'm pretty deliberate in those conversations with my command teams. I just spent 15 minutes talking about what I aspire Global Strike to become. The undersecretary talked about it's an imperative on who we are as a department. So if you don't share those values, if those values don't mean that much to you, thank you for your service. And do something else. Because we don't have time to deal with that. I don't. Maybe somebody else does. I have two adversaries that I have to worry about. More than two, but two nation-state adversaries that we have to worry about. And I can't do that if I can't give my airmen, capital A safe space where they can be themselves and give us the best talent that they can be, who are committed, who have composure, who are competent, and who have compassion to meet the vision and mission of Air Force Global Strike Command, and then have somebody try to derail that. So I'll search you out, and we'll move on.
He ain't kidding when he says it. So. Cool. Ma'am, do you want to jump in on that, or would you like to field another question?
I mean, I'd add to what the general said. One, have the courage to flag it,
Absolutely.
right? I mean, that is part of it. I mean, some of this is just letting others know it's happening, and then, frankly, bringing the data. If you've got data that also supports your way of doing things in a different way, it's really hard to refute the data. Now, I'm not talking about things that are illegal, unethical, or moral. Those we gotta address, obviously. But for these other things, these different ways of thinking, it's about having the courage to ask the question, raising it to your commanders, and then, if able, bring in the data to support your argument.
Awesome, great. Okay, we got another question out there?
Ma'am, I think that's about wrapping it up.
We have 1 minute and 15 seconds. So how about we do any just final comments? How about that? So, or do we have another question?
There's got to be a question. I'm going to call on somebody. Here's one.
Oh, there's
here's
one
right here. Here's one right here. Oh, here's one too.
Yep, you're standing. Go ahead.
As leaders, we have the action orders from General Brown to go out and accelerate change.
Or lose, right? Or lose. That's right.
Taking into account everything that we've heard and said today, how do you envision Global Strike specifically taking those action orders and dealing with our no-fail mission, and how do we make those two work together?
Was that to me, or was that to the under?
Open question.
Oh, okay. I guess I'll start, and then I'll yield the rest of my time to the under so she can do closings. But for me, I think if you look at our strategic vision, it kind of lays it out for us. And to be frank, and I really wanted it to be succinct and pretty simple. So when we talk about people and what we mean by what's embedded in people, it really talks about putting your arm around the men and women under your charge. It means to develop them. It means to make them agile warriors. It means to make them ready to fight the fight tonight and tomorrow. When we talk about modernization, we talk about modernization all the time within Global Strike Command, since our entire portfolio is modernizing. When we talk about the mission, think about where we are as a nation and what you are as members of Global Strike Command and long-range strike capabilities in what I would say is defending the liberal democracy of the United States and our allies against those who would rather see us be something different. And you're doing that every single day, whether it's F.E. Warren doing it out in the ICBM fields of one of my 3 wings that'd be able to do that, or 8th Air Force, whether it's conventional missions with Bomber Task Force, with what I love, and that's being able to see allied partners and nations on our wings of our bombers as we're flying all over the world, in the midst of COVID, by the way, and still doing it to this day. That's what makes President Xi think twice. That's what makes Putin think twice. And that's what you do, right? And then finally, engagement. Engagement is that piece where How do you then have those conversations with folks that are your civic leaders in your local communities? How do you share that with your cousins, aunts, nephews, and mothers and fathers around the dining room table to articulate what the mission is? People haven't seen what we're dealing with right now in a long, long time. And I think I call it recouching people to get an understanding of where we are in this strategic narrative and how important the men and women of Global Strike are in making sure that we can be successful in this strategic narrative. So that's kind of my thoughts on it.
When you look at the National Defense Strategy, and I know they haven't fully released the unclassed version yet, but we know the three main buckets, right? So integrated deterrence, obviously you've got a key place there. Campaigning, right? What is that kind of that day-to-day active sequencing of activities that frankly make sure that you keep your challengers, your competitors on their toes, and then building enduring advantages, right? This gets after some of the modernization efforts, not only here, but we've got throughout the Department of the Air Force. And so I will just say kind of when I look from what we're trying to do at the Department of the Air Force and balancing it between the two services, the Department of the Air Force as well as, the Air Force as well as the Space Force, you're the backstop. Right? Your efforts are the backstop to all three of those elements. There is no integrated deterrence without strategic deterrence, right? So I continue to thank you for the way in which you do couch it as a no-fail mission, and the way in which you can help your airmen and everyone else on your team understand why that is so important. I think sometimes you can get wrapped up in kind of the day-to-day and folks not necessarily understanding just how critical, the vital role that they are playing in ensuring that our strategic deterrent is as effective, as it is reliable, is effective, and is what the nation needs. So I think just continuing to help folks understand why it's so important, what exactly that they're doing to motivate them, because some of it can be, you can get wrapped up into the day-to-day, but keeping folks motivated, helping them understand how they're playing into the larger picture, I think is quite satisfying. I just got your amazing mission brief, and all the things that are happening just within this MatchCom is pretty exciting for the Department of the Air Force and is so critical. I mean, we're heading into the next budget season, so it's also kind of top of mind, right? All these things, but I'm just so thankful for certainly General Cotton's leadership. I'm thankful that y'all joined us here today because we can modernize, but if we don't have the talent, right? If they don't join us or if they don't stay, then we're in a much tougher fight than expected. So thank you so much for what you're doing. It's a real honor to be here today.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, ma'am, sir, thank you for your time, for your candor, the great conversation, and obviously your leadership and the way you serve and will continue to serve. So, team, please join me in a big round of applause for the Undersecretary and General Cotton.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you, ma'am.
That's great. Yeah, thank you.
Once
This
again,
is wonderful.
thank you, Ms. Jones, General Cotton, Colonel McNamara, and Ms. McQueen for your thoughts on thriving in a changing environment. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for a short break. When we return, there will be a panel session on how to lead and foster emotionally intelligent leaders. Please be back in the auditorium for a 13:30 start. 13:30 start.
do something like that? Where's your father? Do you have a father? You know, and like it was gut-wrenching because at the time I was going through a very difficult time with my father. And I was going through a very, very difficult time when I joined the Air Force. And so, you know, I cried a lot. I went through a lot of anguish with that. I didn't want to go to work. And it was only over a course of about 4 days to where, you know, I had to answer those questions. And every time they saw me, it was more so, all right, here comes the problem airman. And they handled me as such. You know, it was, oh, she was biting her nails instead of listening to the speech that I gave. But at that time, I'm an emotional, nervous wreck because every time I walk in the room, somebody's looking at me like, here comes the troublemaker. Here comes this person that's just not who we want in our Air Force. And so they put me on the night shift. I asked for the day shift. They put me on the night shift. And so over time, there was this bulldog of a master sergeant, and he said, he didn't tell me, you know, you're a problem, what's wrong with you? He said, what happened to you? And so we started talking about what happened to me and things that happened to me. And then we kind of unpacked the fight that I got into. And he realized, oh, okay, well, you were in defense mode. You were in constant defense mode. And he took me under his wing and took me off of nights to days. You know, that was just a perk of it. But it opened me up like a flower. I began to excel. I got Defender of the Month. I got Airman of the Quarter. With that proper guidance and him tapping into me, I was able to blossom and bloom. But initially, my very first impression of the operation of the United States Air Force was negative until somebody with a little bit of emotional intelligence took me up under their wing.
So my story is a little bit different. So the first time I had any real interaction with any type of real emotional intelligence was literally the first day I got to boot camp in basic training. Went to boot camp in March of 2017, and my first day, you know, they're yelling at you, like, you're moving too slow, you don't know your reporter statement. It's like chaos, like organized chaos. And so for me, I was just like, my mother was an instructor at OTS, so I had already lived that life. So I was just like, all right, what do y'all really want me to do? And so my military training instructor, my Sergeant Lipset, she looked at me and she said, she cocked her head to the side and she was like, okay. And I was like, that's not good. So she walks back to her office, she comes back, she hands me this list. There's 50 names on it. And I'm like, I don't know what you want me to do with this. And so she's like, you're responsible for all 50 of these names, all 50 of these women. Anytime we go somewhere, you need to make sure that you know where they are. When we're in this dorm, you need to make sure you know where they are. So I'm like, now I feel like everybody else. Like now I'm like, oh my gosh, like how do I even do that? Like I don't know what I'm doing. Like there's so many different personalities. And then so by the end of the first week, you know, every day I've just been stressed because I'm like, okay, now we have to make our beds, we have to do all of these tasks, and we're not doing it good enough. And I'm like, okay, how can I motivate other people? But at the same time, like, why me? And so at the end of the first week, she walks up to me, and she's like, you know you're dorm chief, right? And I was like, oh my God. No, all I want to do is be a goddamn bear. But y'all know it. So, and every week I tried to quit. I'd knock on her door, say, ma'am, trainee porter. She'd be like, nope. And I'd have to leave. And then, you know, one day I asked her, I was like, why did you pick me? And she said, you were unfazed by what we were doing. Because really, they're not asking a whole lot, but they're doing it so fast, so quickly, and you've never experienced it. It's like, you know, you're shell-shocked. And she said, you weren't fazed by it, but I noticed that you just were kind of waiting to see what we really wanted you to do. And she was like, I needed someone like that to be in charge of our flight. And she said, they listen to you. They're waiting on you. Like, they will listen to, we need a representative when we're not here. And I was like, she was like, then the part that took me out, the part where I really realized she was very emotionally intelligent, she said, I had to figure out how to get you invested because you weren't invested before. But if I gave you a responsibility, now you're in charge of, you have to be responsible for all of these women, not physically, emotionally. You have to know where they are, not just literally, physically, they're in that room. Like, are they okay? And so for me, it was a big task, but I appreciated it so much because it showed me, hey, you know, there's people out there who can be good leaders. Because my brother was enlisted, and I had heard horror stories about basic training and just being in the military in general. Like, you just end up running against more bad leaders than good leaders, which is very unfortunate. But, you know, that was my first experience, and automatically I was like, okay, cool, this is a new standard for me. So that was the first time I really experienced someone kind of pouring into me, which helped me pour into other people.
Yeah, so my story and situation has really changed the way in which I view the world, changed the way in which things I expect out of leaders. And it was nearly 5 years ago when I was on my way to Squadron Command. I showed up there, and my wife was pregnant. And 7 weeks into command, she got extremely sick, and we had our son, and then we lost him a day later. And in that moment, right, you never know how people are going to respond or what your leadership's going to do. And I'll tell you, the leadership that I had was incredible, right? There was no bereavement leave. My boss, my group commander said, hey, Jason, I know you just got here, right? I'm not concerned about you being at work. You stay away from work for as long as you need to be away. You come back when you're ready, but you need to focus on your own mental and physical healing, your wife's and your other kids. And, oh, by the way, I'm not going to charge you leave, right? You just stay away, and you come back when you're ready to come back. My NAF commander sent this big bouquet of flowers. My first sergeant was incredible, months afterwards of, walking to my office, checking on me every day, making me go to mental health for the help that I needed. And what it taught me was that it wasn't what those three leaders did in that moment. It's what they continue to do today, almost 5 years later, right? They'll message me, they'll ask me. They still, nearly 5 years later, will check on me to make sure that's how you doing, how's your family doing, how's your wife doing, how your other kids doing. And so it's when you have those that are close to you, family, friends, coworkers, folks that are on your team, go through something that's as tragic or more tragic or less tragic, right? It's not about like, hey, let's check on them today, tomorrow, and the next day, right? You have the ability as a leader to continue to check on them in a year from now, or 2 years from now, or 3 years from now. They're just always part of your family, and it's something that they demonstrated as leaders that I think we can all learn from.
Wow, what a powerful opening, and I think those perspectives are getting us off to a great start. Let's continue with that focus on leadership. Great leaders inspire, motivate, and energize their organizations by leveraging emotional intelligence. Mix, let's start with you. What are your specific strategies for utilizing emotional intelligence to get the most out of your workforce?
You pretty much have to know the strengths and weaknesses of your people. You have to know what they care about, and you really have to have a deeper understanding of what they value, like what motivates them. If you know what they care about, if you have a relationship with them, I think that enhances your ability to really get them invested into whatever the mission is or whatever it is that you need them to do, and then know that you care. And I think that's really how you leverage that emotional intelligence. That's how I like to do that.
Yeah, I think your comment about knowing that intrinsic value of your teammates and how to put them in situations that make them feel involved is actionable, for sure. Colonel Coulter, along those same lines, how do you leverage your suite of EI tools to lead your team?
Yeah, I think it's just over time, the things that you learn, the more experience that you gain. Probably over the last few years or so, I will not use the word subordinate to describe people in my organization or my team, right? They're direct reports or their teammates or coworkers. It's being super transparent on what are the things that I'm going to, that are my expectations that I'm going to evaluate and that I'm going to give you feedback on. And they're all centered around, very few of them are centered around anything mission related. What are you, being able to create the space so that leaders in my team can make decisions without fear of failure. Oftentimes I'll hear people say, hey, fail fast, fail forward. I personally don't subscribe to that, right? It's learn fast, learn forward. right? It's you're learning along your journey so that you can make better decisions in the future. It's not failing if you're learning. It's about, is your team getting better every single day, right? Is your team better tomorrow than it is today? As a leader, are you caring about the airmen, right? What are you doing to demonstrate that? And it's not whether you're doing it, but it's the reverse side, right? Do your airmen know that you actually care about them, right? There's a big difference there. And then the last one is, are you a good teammate and team player? And you can't get to any of those four things unless you really create that connection with everybody within your organization and on your team. And that means truly creating that connection, and no matter what rank you are or where you're at, not hiding behind it.
Colonel Culture, I like that you said you don't like the word subordinate, because what you think comes out in your actions. And so when you're thinking, these are my subordinates, they're going to feel that. It's all a part of, your nervous system speaks to people. And so when you say, these are my subordinates, or you think that these are your subordinates, you automatically place yourself at a higher advantage and you place them at a disadvantage. So I just thought that was paramount that you said that.
Absolutely. I think the simple language cues to flip the script and to change the way you're looking at something is a great way to change perspective. Emotional intelligence, especially in the military setting, can seem counterintuitive. For example, emotions in the workplace are often mistakenly seen to be a distraction. But the data derived from emotions can tell leaders a great deal about their workplace environment. Colonel Culture, given your experience in command, let me ask you, how do you use your emotional intelligence skills to harness that data?
Smiles and happiness. Right? And truly, I think when you walk into an organization and you look at a team, and you can tell a lot by the individuals within that organization if they're smiling and they're happy, right? It's contagious. And it tells a complete different picture when you walk into an organization and people are grumpy or they're watching the clock or at 4:30, like they're out. I think from a team impact and a mission performance, it's the happier people are, you can tell through smiles, right? They're gonna, I think you're driving team performance in the right way, and people want to be a part of that organization, right? They don't want to leave.
Mix, how do you take in emotions of others and learn from them?
Kind of almost like Colonel Culture. Like, if you walk into a room and all of a sudden everybody's busy, like, something's wrong. Everybody's not busy every single time you walk into a room. Like, that's not a thing. So that's one way to see, like, literally, physically, like, with your eyes to take it in. But as far as the pulse of your people, I think you can only get that through having a relationship, and that requires you to have a bit of vulnerability. I mean, that's something we don't really talk about. Like, we could be cool at work, but if I don't know that, hey, your kid Johnny got a soccer game this Friday at 5, but we don't get out till 5, like, you're gonna be late to your kid's game. If I knew that, maybe hey, I know Johnny has a game, like, you should cut out at 4, like, it's fine, it's cool. Like, that moment to allow you to be there for your child, I think that has a bigger impact than people really realize. But if you don't have that interpersonal relationship, if you don't have that opportunity to be vulnerable, I'm not as willing to work myself to the bone. I'm not happy. I'm not gonna go to work and be like, oh, great, another 12-hour shift, cool. Like, I'm not gonna be happy about that. I mean, no one's really happy about it. But if you go to work with people you care about, who you truly care about, you can tell that the moment they have an off day, and you don't have to worry about having a resiliency day, because you would have been like, hey, Susan's always smiling every time, but she's not smiling. Say, hey, are you okay? Like, are you having a good day? Like, is something going on? And she can know that I mean that genuinely, because she knows that we have a relationship. We spent that time building that bond, and it takes a lot of effort. And it's not easy, and no one's saying that it is, but I think when people see you put forth that type of genuine effort, I think that gives you a leg up, because now you've changed the culture, because most people are not gonna experience that, especially in the military. Like, you might get it more in the civilian work, because they've been working on this for decades. We're kind of playing catch up, and so you're gonna have a little bit of cynicism, you're gonna have a little bit of pushback, because again, no one wants to, when you're vulnerable, that kind of opens the door for you to be able to be hurt. And that part is the part people fear more than anything else. You know what I'm saying? So I think that if you tie all of that in together, I think to be able to have your finger on the pulse, you have to have, like you said, a deeper relationship, but you have to have a piece of vulnerability with that.
And I think I remember you saying something about how many times have people been asked to re-enlist you or do their promotion. That is what you were saying. You were saying, you know, if people ask you things, you know that you're an effective leader. If they ask you to help them with things, you know that you're an effective leader.
Yeah.
And take self-inventory. Sorry.
No, it's great. You made a great point, right? And as leaders, right, don't miss first, and don't allow your airmen within your organizations to miss first, right? You have somebody that has a kindergarten graduation, right? Like, those are really important to your family. That's something you'll never get back, right? Don't miss things that you'll never get back.
So, Rashonda, let's pivot to a specific critical aspect of emotional intelligence. A key component for emotionally intelligent leaders is to create an environment built around trust and vulnerability, like we've talked about. So based on your perspective as a counselor, as well as a reservist with an incredibly diverse background, tell us a little bit about how you are managing psychological safety in your work center.
Well, in my work center, one thing she did say is that we are civilians. So that's in my civilian work center. I also have a military work center. But in my military work center, we also have an advantage because we're all still counselors, right? We're all still in the chaplain assistant, you know, just the RA career field. But transparency, if there's a problem, we address the problem head on. And so one of the things that we do is, I don't think that humans realize how interconnected every piece of your body is. And so there's something called the parasympathetic nervous system. And so I'll break this down. The parasympathetic nervous system is like just a part of your internal structure. And so the sympathetic nervous system is fight or flight. Everybody here has heard of fight or flight. And if you haven't, then you have today. So you've heard of fight or flight. And then the parasympathetic nervous system is what gives you your calm and your quiet. And so immediately when you go to somebody, your nervous system is speaking to their nervous system. Some people call it energy, we call it nervous system. So if you go to a person and your energy or your nervous system is hyped up, you're anxious, you're angry, immediately those waves are sent off to another person. And so the best thing that you could do is calm all of that before you come to people, because people are gonna match your energy. And so what we do to calm things down, you know, sleep on it. Sleep is like an oil change for the body, or gas for the body. You need it in order to think clearly, you need it in order to survive. And so one of the ways is sleep. That's how we engage our parasympathetic nervous system, right? So when you engage your parasympathetic nervous system, you're inviting your body to be calm, peaceful, quiet. You're inviting that calm so that you don't storm. And so you can do it as simple as, you know, touching your lips or just taking time out to just breathe. Think about nature, visualization. And so when you're head on an argument, the first thing you're not doing is thinking about nature, right? You're thinking about, how can I disarm this person? How can I say the snappiest comeback and I'm gonna disarm you? I'm gonna do it better than you. So a part of emotional intelligence in the workplace is being transparent. Okay, what am I feeling right now? Right now, I don't like her. She came up to me and she has a problem with me. So instead of automatically going off on that problem, you take time. Okay, what am I feeling right now? I'm nervous. Why am I nervous? Because I feel like, you know, she's a little bit keyed up. And so sometimes you have to take time and go to your corners. You come back and we talk about things when the topic is not so hot, when we're not hot-headed. You make decisions when you're not hot-headed, because when you make decisions when you're hot-headed, they're always emotional decisions. When you make decisions when you're emotional, you are not tapping into emotional intelligence. You're just making decisions, and then now that other person is forced to act on your emotions, and they're gonna act with their emotions. So your parasympathetic nervous system, if it's calm, then they could be calm. If it's reactive, then they're gonna have the same reaction. So it's just really giving off the same energy that you wanna get. And so in order to do that, we're transparent. You know what, I'm feeling a little bit hot right now. I'm a little bit upset about what happened. Let's just talk about it a little bit later. That's the transparent part. And then the part of not being reactive is just, you don't always have to respond. You know what I mean? If it's something that's gonna get you emotional or it's gonna get you hyped up, you can always say, okay, we can table this for later. We're a little bit hot about it. And then empathy. because some people get so excited and they're like, I'm going through things. Everybody's going through something. Literally everybody is going through something at one point in time. And so just being empathetic and realizing, you know what, everything is not about me. Maybe this person had an off day. Okay, and then you talk about it whenever your nervous system, whenever you're able to engage your body and be calm. So that's how we tap into that.
I kind of like how you, I don't know if y'all got it.
Yeah, no, please.
I kind of like how you said take inventory, because I think that's very key. I think it's very important as leaders, as airmen, as people in general, like to take stock of where you are emotionally. Like, you know what, I'm upset. That man cut me off. Okay, I probably shouldn't continue to be upset because we're gonna have red rate internet and you don't want that. So I think that, like you said, if you're aware of where you are, you can make a decision about, okay, am I able to have this conversation the way I need to? Or are you always dealing with some person in this way that your exchange is always angst, it's always anger, it's always anxious. Like that person will always associate you with, oh, here they come. Like it's gonna be a bad conversation versus like, oh no, you did really good today. And they're like, what? Like they're shocked. But they shouldn't have to do that because you gotta, especially I think as leaders, like leaders have bad days. And that's a thing. And I think that has to be destigmatized. Like they always tell you as an airman, take a knee if you need to. But I think leaders need to also be aware they can take a knee as well. Y'all say go to mental health, leaders need to go to mental health. It's a continuum, because if I'm looking at you and I've never seen you, like I know you're having a bad day because you're just snapping at everybody, then why would I listen to anything you have? You're not even talking, you're not preaching what you're talking, like you're not doing anything.
Because now you're in fight mode.
Right. And so I think, like you said, I mean, taking stock of where you are, that's emotional intelligence. And it's not easy, because you got to start figuring out, why am I always angry?
Yeah.
Why am I always sad? Am I unrealistically always happy? Like, does nothing ever bother me? And I think taking time, it may be journaling, it may be writing it out. It could be any form, but I definitely think that, especially as leaders, to know, hey, it's okay to take a knee. And I think when your people see that, they're like, oh, like it's okay to take a knee. It's okay to not have a good day. It's okay to say that I'm not having a good day. And I think when you get that, again, I think you change the culture. I think you then have a more empathetic group of people. I think you have people who are more bought in, and I think you're able to be more effective. So.
Sir, I'm one of your direct reports, but so I know the answer to this. But how do you cultivate psychological safety?
Yeah, I think it goes back to something that you'd mentioned, right? Transparency, right? And I'd say it's transparency and decision making. And so being able to cultivate the relationships on your team so that people can feel like they can disagree with you, right? I think we've all probably at some point potentially been on a team where you watch a leader who just doesn't listen, and then you just watch him like or her walk off the ledge, and you're like, well, I tried, right? But there they go. And so it's that being able to, hey, understand where others are coming from. It's we all bring different backgrounds and perspectives on how to solve a problem or come up with the best solution. And so it's being able to listen, and then when you get to that point where people are disagreeing, right, and you have to make a decision, there's nothing wrong with going back and saying, hey, look, I realize that you disagreed with kind of where we were going initially, but this is the decision I'm making and why. And I think that when you do that, right, you have the ability to bring the team together and get buy-in and follow back up with them on, hey, I got it, right, you disagreed, but this is where we're going and why. And then you also create that learning environment as well, right, so that you can help educate them. Maybe there's things that they weren't privy to from your boss or your boss's boss on guidance or intent. And so you can bring them along on the journey as well. Yeah, I would say that.
Emotional intelligence, I mean,
Yeah.
it's also apologizing when you're wrong, too. People have a hard time apologizing or just saying, you know what, I was wrong. I'm sorry, I was wrong. You know what I mean? And or even if you're one of the people, I never say I'm sorry. You can always say, I apologize. You know what, I didn't get it right this time, but help me get it right next time. Just being humble in your interactions also is a part of emotional intelligence too, because if you can't admit that you're wrong, you are not emotionally intelligent.
That's right. Yeah, I was yeah, I was helping somebody recently prepare for Squadron Command. They're heading to Squadron Command this summer. We're talking about this exact same thing, and this future commander asked, so you want me to explain every decision I'm making to my entire team, and why would I do that? I'm like, why would you not do that? Right? Like, why would you not bring people together? And yeah, you're not going to go down to every detail, and maybe you're not going. They don't know that, you know, the hundreds of decisions that you're making, maybe over the course of a week, but the ones that are controversial or have a potential opportunity to divide people, why would you not bring people together to explain the direction you're going and why?
I'll be honest with y'all, we just spent the previous 2 hours out in the lobby just riffing and having the most awesome free group therapy session. It was incredible, and you guys are like seeing the benefit of that here today. But so we got about 15 minutes before we get to Q&A, and I wanted to address this because you guys were hitting on it a little bit, and we definitely want to make some time for questions. But let's be real, let's talk about some of the challenges that lay ahead. So although the concept of building emotionally intelligent leaders has been commonplace in industry and the private sector for decades, Mix, you mentioned it, we've only seen early signs of this trending in the military for the past couple of years. So I'd like to ask each of you, what can you suggest we do to address cynicism to change? Colonel Coulter, I'll start with you.
I think as leaders it starts early on, right? I often, I don't know if this is going to directly answer your question, but for the junior leaders that I mentor and guide along the way, I'll ask them, hey, have you started to think about what your legacy is going to be, right? I don't feel like it's ever, people are like, oh, what are you talking about, legacy? Well, you know, if you're worried about mission, reorgs, innovation, the next thing, right? The AOR changes, the world changes, Russia's in Ukraine now, right? Those things change minute by minute. But what doesn't change is your impact on people, right? And so I'll ask, hey, so if you want to know the impact that you're having on those around you, look in a mirror, and how many times have you been asked to promote, re-enlist, commission, or retire someone, right? And if you haven't gone through your career and you're not being asked to do those things, I would say, well, how much impact are you having on the airmen or teammates and their families that are working within your organizations?
I agree. For me, I kind of think that in order to truly gauge that, I guess you would have to say that I think you start from the beginning. When you first join, be it enlisting, going to basic, ROTC, officer training school, whatever mode of entry you have into the military, I think it starts there. Because what's the first thing you learn? The core values. You learn how to be an airman. You learn how all of these things. If you have to learn the core values, then this is almost equally as important because people are our greatest asset. They're our greatest thing that we have. So if you don't know how to take care of your people, you're not going to be that successful. We can't be as efficient. We can't be as lethal. We can't do our job. We can't do our mission if we don't take care of people. So I think inputting emotional intelligence in basic training from the get-go, I think that officer training school, I mean, that's not something we really talked about there. And I think in ROTC, I think literally in every phase and every step, if you start it there, and then you reinforce it in what FTAC, NCO training, because starting it late in your career at senior NCO, you're already established on how you're going to lead. It's too late. You're on the back half of your career. You need to start in the beginning because these are the people who are going to be the future leaders of this Air Force. So if these are going to be your people and you want to have more emotionally intelligent people, you have to start at the beginning. You can't run before you can walk. So that's my view.
You can't run before you can walk. I love that. And then how you said, you know, like emotional intelligence and just it's all implemented in every single training. So we can implement it in as many trainings as we want to, but until our leadership is still taking inventory of themselves and able to go and, talk to somebody. We have mental health in place. And the first thing everybody says, I'm not going to mental health. I don't want to go to mental health because I don't want to lose my career. I don't want to go to mental health because if I say the wrong thing, I don't have anything to go back home to. So there's a stigma around mental health. And in order to change that, we need to destigmatize mental health. Because if you had a broken leg, you would go and go get your leg fixed. You're not going to walk around with a broken leg. So people are comfortable with walking around with things broken that people can't see. And it could be your psyche. It could be your emotions. If you're broken inside, you can't be an effective leader. And so I think that from the top down, leaders should be, and I won't say forced because, that's probably a little bit too crass, but leaders should be encouraged highly to go and have counseling, have quarterly group sessions just to destigmatize being involved in mental health. And even if it's not in the mental health clinic themselves, there are millions of private practices who just take what you say and they can't say anything unless you're going to hurt somebody or yourself or somebody's hurting you. And in order to lead, you have to be able to follow. You have to be able to put everything that's put on your shoulders, you have to be able to take that and unload it somewhere. Otherwise, you're coming into work and you're keyed up and it's hurting everybody else around you because you won't go somewhere so that you can take inventory. And that's all therapy does, is help you to take inventory, help you to look at yourself. And when you look at yourself, that's the only way you're ever going to be able to lead other people.
I love it. Powerful stuff. I mean, we have self-reflection, we have baking emotional intelligence into our institutional DNA, and we have flipping the script on mental health and destigmatizing. They're just powerful tools, strategies. Reframe your thinking, get after it today. This doesn't require a Air Force policy or a grand strategy. It's just a tool that you can personalize like we have illustrated here and just get after it. We're actually, I have a distinct feeling that we're gonna have a ton of questions. So I would rather just kind of open it up a little bit early. What do you guys think?
Yeah,
right?
Sure.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to start taking questions from our live audience and online. So audience members, as it has been, if you have a question, stand up. And just so everyone knows, we have a process in place that if your question does not get answered, we have scribes that are writing down those questions to give to panel members to get an answer back to you at a future date and time. So our in-place and audio questions, online questions, will be answered regardless. So who's going to kick it off? Sarnanse at the top, go ahead.
Hello, Lieutenant Jordan, Jasmine Jordan from Dallas Air Force Base. I just wanted to talk a little bit about and ask a question about how we as followers influence our leaders to start implementing this concept, because we know with the change in tempo, you get a new leader that can either make or break a squadron. With the leadership team that comes in every 2 or 3 years, however fast it changes over. So when you have a set of leaders that come in, and let's say in that first year they break a squadron and they don't have the emotional intelligence needed to keep that squadron afloat, how can we as followers kind of drop hints, kind of help them improve their emotional intelligence in order to not continue to run the squadron into the ground?
I think it starts by having a very frank conversation. You can't be a leader if there's no one following you. And outside of following because you have to, running a squadron into the ground is not going to get anything done. And unfortunately, that does happen. I think as followers, the best thing that you can do is reinforce to everyone around you that, hey, this is not how it's supposed to be done. Like, and implement the things that you can within your responsibility to change that. Like, hey, I understand this. Like, we're still going to do the mission. We're still going to do that, whatever that is. But as far as caring about the people, as far as making sure that they're okay to withstand this storm until the next one, hopefully, is better, comes in. I think that's the only thing you guys can do at that point is really band together and try to change the culture as much as you can within your realm of responsibility and continue to bring it to your leadership's attention. Like, at some point, they got to wake up and listen. If everybody's continually coming to you saying, hey, it's bad, we're not doing good, I don't want it to ever have to come to having a resiliency day. it should never come to that, but sometimes it does because there's people who don't listen. So like I said, the best thing that you can do, in my opinion, is to band together and really try to create that culture, notwithstanding whatever that leader is doing.
Yeah, I agree. I think, unfortunately, I've been in parts of organizations where we've had leaders that are like that don't listen, that don't get it, that are not emotionally intelligent. And so, right, it's bringing it a step down, right? So usually a squadron or an organization will take on the personality of that leader, but that doesn't necessarily mean that, flights or other organizations within that can't, the flight commander and the flight chief can't create its own type of culture within that flight too, right? Or those flights, and they, like you said, they band together to prop the squadron up, the organization up, and to take care of making sure that the airmen within that organization, big airmen within that organization, are cared for, maybe when they're not getting that care from that leader or that commander.
And sometimes you have to make people think that it's their idea. People do right when they think, man, I'm validated. So if you validate somebody, sir, this, or sir, ma'am, this, what you're doing really does work. We really like the way that you run things. If I could just, kind of go over what we already have in place also, and we can just kind of mesh our like strategies, then I think it'll really help because, we're really used to having this empathy within our organization. And so I feel like we haven't had that, and just kind of have the conversation from there, but as empathetic as you can so that you don't overactivate them too.
Okay, thank you very much for those answers. It looks like we have a question from our online audience.
What are you doing and promoting others to do to ensure the people you lead are taken care of mental health when their military culture could be perceived as valuing overcoming challenges and being resilient?
Just the question, what are we doing to demonstrate that?
What are you doing to ensure and promoting others to do to make sure that the people you lead are being taken care of in the mental health aspect when the military culture promotes and values overcoming challenges and resiliency?
I think it starts with similar to what both of you said, right? Like, as a leader, you need to be able to take inventory and set the example for your organization. Recently there was the Twitter AMC commander, right? He posted he had his mental health appointment on his calendar. That's that's setting the example for airmen to know that it's okay. And as a leader, you also have to not be quiet or shy about the help that you're getting and where you're going and the things that you're going through. If you're creating a family atmosphere, right, it can't just be about your airmen sharing things with you, right? You also have to be willing to create that connection and share things with them as well. And making sure that if you truly create that connection and know them, right, you can make sure that they also, get the help and support that they need as well.
Thank you for that. I think we have one more question from our online audience.
What recommendations would you give to people to be authentic leaders? Did you have to learn any from them from personal experience?
I think to be an authentic leader, you have to, I know it sounds repetitive, but self-inventory. You have to know what your values are, your strengths, your weaknesses, and be honest about them. Everybody's not a rock star. Everybody's not good at everything that they do. I think when you have that bit of humbleness about you, I think you're able to then truly lead, because in an area where I'm deficient, somebody else is strong, so I can pull them in like, hey, I need you to do this. I've empowered them to go do something that helps make all of us better, and now they're gonna go do the same thing. So it's a trickle-down effect. So at that point, I have all of my people empowering themselves. They're empowered, they empower other people, and then at that point, you become more efficient. And I think you're a better leader. People wanna work for you, or people wanna work with you, because at that point, that you're invested in them, they're invested in you, and you seem personable at that point. Like, you seem real. It's not just a rank, it's not just that. It's literally, okay, this is a person who isn't perfect, because I'm not perfect, you're not perfect, nobody's perfect. And that's okay. It's okay to be imperfect. We're all flawed. But I think understanding that and understanding that somebody can help you learn, can teach you something, I think that helps you grow as a leader. And I think as a follower, because now I know, hey, I want to emulate that. That's something I want for me. That's something I want people to remember me by. So I think when you tie all of that together, I think those are the things that help make up an authentic, more efficient, better leader.
And also being able to take off the rank. You know, I don't always want to talk to Colonel Snuffy. You know what I mean? I want to talk to the real person on the inside. What have you dealt with? If I bring you a story about me or I'm going through something with my family, I want you to be able to tell me, okay, maybe I've been through that, or I know somebody who's been through that, and it helps me relate. So when you're relatable and you're real about what you go through, people just like that, and they can sympathize with that.
We're not robots, right? It's okay to embrace emotion at work. It's okay to be happy and mad at the same time, right? I'm happy with my team's performance, but I'm mad because, you know, AMC, well, we won't use global strike, wait. AMC is not supporting us, right? You know, or whoever it is, right? So it's okay, you know, in a reasonable level, right? To understand how you can bring your emotions to work, happy, sad, you know, all of those things. What's not okay is not to demonstrate unreasonable emotion, right? Like there's never reason to yell and scream at somebody or throw things or that stuff, but we are people, we're not robots.
Awesome. Sergeant King, did you have another question in the crowd? Anyone else? Sergeant Anse? Okay, well on that note, we're going to take a longer break than expected.
Hold on,
We do have one more question.
Let's get it. Meeting of the minds.
I was just checking that my colleague here didn't have a question. Captain Knowles here from 740th Missile Squadron at Minot Air Force Base. Question is for all of our panel members, but specifically perhaps more for Ms. Walker. With COVID bringing so much constraints on us in the past couple years and increasing demands of our missions, and there's just been so many things that we all have gone through. It seems like we hear word burnout more and more, and with the importance of our mission, with what we do in a global strike, it sometimes feels like we don't have time for burnouts. We can't afford burnouts. We kind of, you know, and we don't necessarily maybe even know how to deal with them. For you, ma'am, question, do you as a professional have any like techniques or tools that you recommend? Well, one, do you see a lot of that, or and do you have any tools or techniques that you recommend to deal and kind of like recharge and rejuvenate yourself, and so, you know, you can help members like that?
Okay. So burnout is in every career field, and I see so many people every single day like that deal with burnout, and it was before COVID. All COVID did was expose burnout. That's all COVID did. It was existing before COVID, and then COVID came, and it was like, well, man, you know what? I didn't realize I didn't want to go to work every day. I didn't realize I did not want to. I did not want to have to pay this babysitter. I did not want to, you know, miss everything from my kids. And so then you start, all of a sudden, all the burdens started getting heavy during COVID. And so my best suggestion is, if you can't handle the burnout alone, and most people can't, you're going to suffer now or you're going to suffer later. And so suffering now is saying, okay, I can push through it, I can push through it. It's always a mistake to power through. If you feel anxiety, you feel that beating in your chest, you feel keyed up, you feel like your insides are screaming, you feel like you need to jump around, you need to hurry up and move. Some people I've seen just randomly drop down and do push-ups. Sometimes they probably have anxiety and they don't want to tell people. And so when you see things like that, those people might be on the brink of burnout, or they might be trying to stave off burnout. One thing I highly suggest is PT. Every single day, I listen to people's problems all day, every day. But guess what? Every single morning I check into me. I get up, I have like a ritual. I get up, for me, I pray, you know what I mean? I read, I take time to get myself mentally where I need to be, and then I work out. And I work out because I need to engage my parasympathetic nervous system. I need to be calm. And then I handle my day. But every few weeks, I'm a therapist and I see a therapist because I need to be able to wring out my soul without feeling like it's wrong or I'm gonna go ahead and go over the edge. Because when you are on the edge and you're experiencing COVID burnout or regular burnout, all it's gonna take is that little push and you're going over. And so I would say get you a ritual, get you, whether it's before work or after work, get you something every single day that just brings you down, that grounds you, brings you down to earth, and the grounding techniques.
All righty. If anybody has any further questions, please get with one of our scribes and we will get back to you at a future date. So thank you for our panelists, Major Nefrata, Colonel Colcher, Lieutenant Porter, and Miss Walker. And we appreciate everything. So ladies and gentlemen, please take a short break. We will return. The Chief Master Sergeant of the Air Force, Bass, will be joining us virtually. Thank you. Please return at 14:45, prior to 14:45.
Starting in approximately 5 minutes. Please make your way to your seats and remember to silence all electronic devices. Thank you.
So, in between these two, I'm going to say something about the WLS sign that's outside. They want everybody to sign it. The one with the wooden sign, everybody sign it. Or you can sign it.
Yeah,
What's up?
I'll say it.
Okay. So, she's getting the information on where it's going to go. Just say the Women's Leadership Symposium placard that is in the hallway. We would like everybody to please sign it. So, everybody, when you're leaving today, please swing by and sign the Women's Leadership Symposium placard in the hallway. It's going to be hung for, for future, for the future in the Global Strike headquarters.
And then,
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce our last speaker for today. As a reminder, if you have questions, you can submit them virtually by using the instructions on the back of your badge or by following the prompts in the live stream YouTube comments. Chief Master Sergeant of the Air Force, Chief Bass, represents the highest enlisted level of leadership and is the 19th Chief Master Sergeant appointed to the position. She has broken barriers as the first female Chief Master Sergeant of the Air Force. Let's welcome Chief Bass on our virtual stage.
Hello there. Hey, Strikers, it is so good to be with you. Do me a favor, just give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Awesome, wonderful. Well, check this out. So first of all, they pay me to be a chief and not a newscaster. So with that said, it's gonna be really hard for me to stay looking at you guys that way because I see you down on a screen about 6 inches lower and I really wanna be able to look at you guys. And so I'm gonna do my best to stay there. But first of all, I just wanna give a few thank yous out there. First of all, thank you to General Cotton. I don't know if General Cotton is there in the seat, but he should know exactly where I am since I'm at Air University, spending some time with you guys there. Also, big thanks to my wingman and teammate, Chief Mel Smith. Y'all give my wingman a big hand clap because we don't get to where we are without having wingmen around us. I also want to thank all of the organizers, all of the volunteers. I saw your names last night as I was prepping for this. This kind of thing does not happen without folks like you. So y'all give them a big round of applause. I also want to thank the panelists for all the great words of wisdom that I'm sure that they have done as well. And I also want to thank you. Thank each and every one of you for showing up and for being here, wanting to make yourself a better self. So with that, I'm reminded of a quote by Henry Ford where he says, whether you think you can or you can't, you're right. How many of y'all have ever heard that quote and or maybe shared that with a friend or a teammate or one of your kids? I know I have, and so I'll just let you think about that. Whether you think you can or can't, you're right. And so with that, you know, when I think about the topic that I'm supposed to be talking about, seeing and being seen, which, by the way, I don't know who gave me that topic. One thing I will tell you, I don't like to stay on topic. And so we will see if we can get back to, you know, seeing and being seen. But I'm going to talk about and share a few things with you that are on my mind. I have a very quick 45 minutes. And because we have a quick amount of time, what I'd like to do is just talk for about 5 or 10 minutes. And then I'd really love to turn the mic over to you all so that I can dialogue with you and hear what's on your hearts and minds. And so with that, when I think about my time in this position, which is going on about 21 months, many folks have asked me, what is your greatest glass ceiling? Or what's been the most challenging thing for you? And I'm reminded of that quote by Henry Ford, because when I really think about what was my greatest glass ceiling, my greatest glass ceiling was me getting beyond any self-limiting beliefs that I'm not good enough or I can't be who I need to be or whatever. And some of that really comes from, I never even saw my first female chief until I was a tech sergeant. And so I'm excited to see who's in the audience today because, you know, when I looked at the list, we have young junior enlisted airmen to young officers to civilian teammates. We have also, by the way, a few of our male teammates. And for the male teammates that are in the room, I'm gonna give you a hand clap because when I think about my own career, I was never raised by female leaders or female mentors. In fact, I never even, I don't know that I can say that I had a female mentor because I just didn't have a lot of them around me. And so everybody who's been a huge influencer in my life have been my male teammates and my male supervisors. So big kudos to you all for being there and for being a wingman and a teammate to the female airmen that are around you and in your shops and duty sections. But again, getting back to the greatest glass ceiling that I had was me. And so what I've learned also throughout my career and what I'd like to just share with you guys when it comes to seeing or being seen is really just appreciating the journey that you all are on. And one thing that I've learned in the time that I've been serving for almost 29 years is that journey is specific to you. Every one of our journeys is unique. I don't walk in your journey, you don't walk in my journey, you don't walk in your neighbor's journey, but we all have a unique path into what right looks like for us. And so we have to really think about that and just appreciate that our journey that we're on is unique to us. And when we can really start to embrace that, I think we start to get a sense of contentment, and that contentment is a good thing. Again, never had a female mentor, always been male mentors who saw potential in me and groomed me, developed me, and helped take care of me. Another thing that I've learned along my journey that perhaps you guys can appreciate is I've learned to be competitive, but not be in competition. To be competitive, but not be in competition. And so I am competitive by nature. I'm an A personality. I love to be competitive, but I've never felt that any of my brothers or sisters to my right or left were any of my competition, because I understood that the journey that I'm on is unique to me. And so when you get back to your journey, you realize that you're not competing against anybody else, you're competing against yourself. So be competitive. And I also learned that, again, once you have that contentment and understanding your journey as your own, you're good. Like, you realize you're not competing with anybody else, and you can genuinely be happy for others and happy in the journey that they are on. And you can sit there and spend time with others and make sure that others are heard. And again, an opportunity to make sure that others are seen, by just simply encouraging them to be able to live life to their fullest potential and be able to live on their journey. And then one other thing, which is, realize that the journey that each of you are on is a journey. It is not a race. It's a journey. It's a marathon. It's not a race. And I think that that's an important thing to do. And I tell people all the time, especially from the Air Force side of things, I don't care if our airmen serve 4 years, 6 years, 8 years, 28 years. That really doesn't matter to me, because not everybody is supposed to serve 20 years. In fact, only about 20% of airmen will serve 20 years. What I expect is that they will live their best journey while they're serving in the Air Force, that they'll be their very best, make their organizations better, make themselves better, and in turn will be a better Air Force for that. And so, appreciate that this is, again, not a race, it's a journey that you're on. And, what I'll say in closing is I'm really excited and looking forward to talking to you guys, is while you're on this journey, be brave, be bold, be seen. Like, it's natural to be fearful at times. It's natural to be fearful of the unknown. And it takes courage and it takes bravery to be able to get through those things. But I would offer to you that we ought to be more thoughtful in being fearful of what doesn't happen when we don't execute in the way of our journey. Like, be afraid of what doesn't happen when you are not being your best self, instead of being afraid to venture off and be bold and be who you need to be, and be seen living your best life. I know some folks out there might be like, okay, like, what's this have to do with the Air Force and what's all this soft skill stuff? I'll tell you what I've learned throughout my career as well is good leaders help people do well in their job, but great leaders help people do well in life. Because if you do well in life, then you're going to be that great airman, you're going to be that great leader, you're going to be that great wingman and teammate, great spouse. And you guys get the drift. That's just how things work in life. So help people be good in life. It'll help you be a better striker, a better war fighter. And so with that, again, be brave, be bold, be your best self, and be seen. And with that, I think that's like record timing. I think I'm done talking in like 10 minutes. With that, I'd love to know what's on your minds. I'll turn it back over to the MC.
Okay, everyone. Thank you, Chief Bass, for your words of wisdom.
I should have added another B. Be brief. Like that's another thing that I like to do.
So we're going to now open up to the floor and to our live audience for question and answers. Who's the lucky first contestant? We got one right here, front center.
Hi, ma'am. My name is Captain Megan Vernier, 37th Helicopter Squadron from F.E. Warren. My question to you is about your being competitive but not competition. That is something that I've read in many industry leadership books, where that's a huge issue that industry faces. It's very cutthroat, especially as you get to the higher CEO levels. And that's something that I don't think industry has figured out how to solve. So when we are out on our journeys, do you have any tidbits to share when dealing with other people who are trying to be competition and not just competitive?
Yeah, when I reflect back on my journey, Captain, then that's a great question. I'll be honest, I didn't always think this way. When I look back at myself as a junior airman and even as a young NCO, I'll admit I was probably competitive with, those around me too. I was an information hoarder. That's actually embarrassing to admit, but right? Information hoarder, because if you hold all the information, then nobody else knows. And what I learned over time, especially as a non-commissioned officer, especially when I made tech sergeant and then master sergeant and senior, is you need each other more than you realize. And when you realize how much stronger you'll be as a team by leaning on each other and appreciating other people's strengths and, then, getting back to their journey and stuff, you learn not to be competitive. You learn to have a growth mindset versus a scarcity mindset. And you realize that there's room for everybody. Again, realizing that everybody's journey is different. Not everybody. And oh, by the way, in the military, we kind of have, a pyramid promotion system. It's intended like that. There are ranks that are by law required. And so the promotion system is like this. And so not everybody's going to get promoted. So again, what is everybody's journey and what is right for that person? I would offer, just learning over time, the benefits of appreciating the talents that everybody brings to the team, and that there is room for everybody, and that gets back after that growth mindset. That's what I've used as a principle moving forward. And with that, it's taking the focus away of being in competition with others, instead just being in competition with me.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Anybody else? Let's keep this question and answer right here. Sarnanse?
Hi, Chief. My name is First Lieutenant Emily Seaton. I'm 20th Air Force Public Affairs. Motherhood seems to be a life event when a lot of women start to question whether to stay in. I've kind of thought about, do you think the Air Force could create a part-time or job share option within regular active duty to help retain women?
Yeah, that's a great question, LT. I think anything's in the realm of possible. And I think as we look forward to what our Air Force needs to look like in the future, especially getting after Action Order D that General Brown asked us to focus on, anything is possible. We aren't looking at that particular kind of construct right now. What I'm actually focused on right now is how do we get better with permeability today? Meaning how do we allow our airmen from the Guard, Reserve, and active duty be able to flow between components in a better way, which helps us get after talent management. Because maybe, again, in that scenario, I'm a new mom and I need to just take a knee and not be on active duty. I actually want to go maybe to the Guard or Reserve. We've got to make that pathway a lot easier. And so those are some of the things that we're working on, and it is a by law thing. And so we're working and talking with Congress about those things to make them easier to get get after talent management. And I think, again, nothing's in the realm of impossible when it comes to Action Order D, the design of our Air Force. But what's encouraging, LT, is that the people who will help get after those things and what our force looks like in the future are people like you, are people who have a whole lot of time potentially left in our Air Force and who are willing to help shape the policies in our Air Force to be able to get after what we need to look like. And so I think everything's possible.
Thank you, ma'am. I think we have another question at the top.
Hello, ma'am. This is Lieutenant Jordan, 7th Communication Squadron at Dallas Air Force Base. I just want to go back to something that you talked about in terms of that pyramid that you were doing, especially for the enlisted force structure. I just want to know if there's talk in place for leaders and how we're going to make sure we're not shaving off too much of our enlisted structure as we move up in the promotion ranks, because what I'm seeing inside of squadrons is that we're missing a lot of that senior NCO level, especially in our squadrons. We've shaved down so much that typically you only have 1 or 2, and that breadth of knowledge is needed, especially in a lot of squadrons that have a lot of airmen. The burden falls onto that one person in the squadron to take on and try to mentor 100+ people. So is there a plan in place to make sure that we're not promoting the people who need to be promoted, and that we're making sure that we're still allowing people to grow through the ranks and not taking off too much to where we're leaving our squadron defenseless in terms of knowledge and keeping that continuity of knowledge?
Absolutely. I think probably what might be happening, in some of our squadrons is we have those senior NCO and we have those positions where it makes sense, but they're probably just not filled, like is what I anticipate. Because again, at the end of the day, you're gonna have, X amount of chiefs that the Air Force can have, X amount of senior master sergeants, X amount of master sergeants. And so we're not changing that. There is some work that the A1 community is doing to help right size us right now, because what we have is probably too many, and I'm not a personnelist, by the way, I'm an ops girl, so I'll jack up all the nomenclature. But right now, we don't have a pyramid looking force structure. Ours looks more like, kind of a big stomach, and then we go back down where we don't have as many junior airmen that we need to have. And so the A1 team is looking at all those numbers on what we need to look like to make sure we get after that. And part of that, again, is also making sure that we have enough leadership, to your point in there. Again, if you don't have that, I wonder if it's because they just aren't filled and or funded. And that's something that your folks can take a peek at. Separately, kind of toward your question, but perhaps to the first question that I had from the captain, is promotions. I was having the discussion earlier today with a good friend of mine, SimSAF number 18, and another friend of mine, where we were talking about like the question of the day, right? Is how do we make sure that today's promotion system is what we need, and more importantly, what the future promotion system, what's our future promotion system look like, and how do we get to that? And that's like the question of the century. And to the point earlier from the captain, right, like industry is still trying to figure those things out, right? And everybody is really evolving with their model on how we promote. The old way of promotion, and I'm not saying that this is not what's right in the future, but I think there's more to it than that. But the old way of promotion is just keep your head down and nug out all the work and stay loyal and you'll get promoted. I don't know that that's the way of the future. And so we have to be really thoughtful, and we have a whole bunch of people that are focused on what do our promotion systems need to start to evolve to make sure that we're relevant in the future. I'll tell you, every people operations thing that we're looking at today in the Air Force, I am looking at it from a lens of what's it look like in 2030 and how do we start to backward plan. I don't think our promotion system today is broke, but I do not think that it's optimal for what we need in 10 years from now. And so to that end, you will see us start to make incremental changes and evolution to be able to get better at making sure we're promoting the right people, and that our, back to your point, making sure that our squadrons are manned appropriately.
Thank you very much for that, ma'am. Seems like we have some questions coming in from our online audience.
Is there a plan in place to benefit time in service / time in grade for promotions to help preserve experience across the ranks?
There is. In fact, we already pushed that out. We announced that last fall, and I think the first folks that will have experience points are rolling out this August with the E5 cycle. And so we do have a PRS system where now folks will get points based on time in service, time in grade, and also there'll be a calculation of how that time in service, time in grade relates to the performance that you're currently doing. So we've already rolled that out and pulled that lever. We have to see what the analysis comes back with after the E5 cycle this year. Based on that, if we have to pull some more levers to get after making sure that those with experience and those who should, have promotion points, based on kind of that analysis, we'll pull some more levers if we need to.
Thank you, ma'am. I think we have one more from our online audience.
As a woman, what did you do and how did you elevate yourself when you didn't feel like you were seen or acknowledged by leadership and your peers?
That is a great question. I'm pretty bossy, so I don't know that I cared sometimes, right? Okay, that's probably not the right answer. But what I will say is, I don't give my husband enough credit at times. I married my husband, we met at our first duty station. He's young Army private, first class, and, I was a young airman at Pope Air Force Base. And a few things that Ron has taught me, first and foremost, was quit taking things personal. Shake the dust off and keep going and be focused, right? Like, don't let other people deter you from what your short-term and your long-term priorities are. And so when I started to really kind of use that as a life principle, I think it really shaped who I was and helped me become less deterred based off if I was heard or not. What I will also tell you is, I'm a big fan of emotional intelligence, and I'm so happy that it is part of our ACA now, part of our airman leadership qualities, because emotional intelligence wasn't necessarily a thing when I was a younger airman. In fact, while, the term started, being discovered in the 90s and didn't get popular until in the 2000s, I'm a big fan of emotional intelligence, because what I've learned through emotional intelligence is you don't always have to win, right? So, sometimes I may or may not be heard, right? But I think the end state that we all would prefer is that you get the desired effect if you are going to talk, that it's going to be something meaningful, that it is going to leave the impact that you want. And so I've been very fortunate that I feel like my voice has always been heard, and the times where perhaps it wasn't, maybe it just wasn't time for us to be able to move out in those ways. I don't know if that helps, but.
Thank you, ma'am. It looks like we're coming back to our in-place audience for a live question.
Good afternoon, Chief. I'm Lieutenant Som with the 23rd Bomb Squadron out at Minot Air Force Base. So I am one of 10 females in a squadron of 100 officers, I guess. And I have a hard time maintaining my authenticity. I find myself, I'm acting like a man 3/4 of the time. Yeah. So have you seen this before, and have you had this problem? And how did you maintain your femininity and authenticity in the workplace?
See, that's a good question. I don't think I've ever acted like a man. I've always appreciated, right, the unique differences that we bring. Actually, no, I'm going to go back on that. One of my first units, a 24 Special Tactics unit, Fort Bragg, North Carolina, a unit that is primarily male, right? Like I was the first female in operations ever hired there. I was a young E4. And I was very conscientious that I was the only female in operations. I don't think I, didn't acknowledge or behave as I was as a female, but I was aware. And so to that end, I worked really hard, to make sure that I just fit in. And I don't think that that's a bad thing, right? To some degree, we're all people who wear this uniform. We're all part of a profession of arms, and there's goodness in uniformity. But what I had to learn over time, since my time at the 2-4, and then certainly throughout my career, is I can't be those male airmen that, I work with. I can't be a strong male leader like my husband, who, again, served in the Army. I can only be me. And so, again, when I started to learn to be comfortable in me, and I learned that the soft skills, and I don't even like calling them soft skills. I like calling them people skills. But, way back when I came in, they were called soft skills. But as I learned that the people skills that I have compared to the people skills that my husband has are actually an asset to me, like when I started to learn that, and that is still strong leadership, and I started to break through my own glass ceiling and my own barriers, then I was able to really capitalize on being myself. But again, what are the strengths and the skill sets that you bring to the fight, and be proud of those things, and don't assimilate to be somebody that you're not, is perhaps what I would offer. But I feel you, right? Again, I don't even know why I'm thinking about this, but here's one, when I was at the 24 Special Tactics Squadron, I remember we had to go TDY, and we were going on this 12-hour road trip, and I'm like the only female with all the guys. And they're like, we're gonna have to stop every hour because we got a girl with us, right? I was like, man, there is no way. So I was, I don't know what happened. I don't know if I dehydrated myself. Don't do that, ladies. That's not what you do. But, right, I was determined they're not going to stop for me. And so it was so cool to go on this 10-hour road trip, and all the guys had to stop and go do whatever they had to do. And I'm like, don't you have Gatorade bottles or something? You guys are holding us up. So anyway,
All right, and that's a great transition into our next question.
Very random, I know.
I think we have some more questions coming from our online audience.
I think, by the way, I see my PA, I have a Master Sergeant PA on the line. I think he's cringing right now at the thought of that story I just shared. So, but anyway, which leads me to believe, or leads me to remind you all, I know a lot of people talk about my social media, and they're like, man, the Chief Master in the Air Force is online all the time. That's not true. I actually have a PA, and he does a great job at making sure that he's there and present to provide that presence.
Do you feel that you are tagged on social media for things that should have been handled at a much lower level?
100%. Yeah. The most interesting thing probably, well, there's been a lot of interesting things since I've gotten in the seat, but one of the things that surprised me is the sheer number of messages, requests, or just dialogue that comes to the office of the Chief Master Sergeant of the Air Force. That is shocking. I'll be honest, we get more messages than I'd ever imagine. And when I first got in the seat, I told my team, I said, hey, our airmen matter, and I want us to be able to respond to all of them. And then it came, out, and people email my team and email my office. They send me their EPRs, and I'm like, hey man, I got a whole lot of things going on. I don't have time to read everybody's EPR. But right, what it caused me to do shortly after getting in the seat is I turned around to Diamond One, Chief Mike Perry, who's a good battle buddy to me, and I'm like, man, are we teaching chains of command anymore? And he's like, we absolutely do, right? Like 1-1, we're teaching chains of command. I'm like, I don't think so, right? Like, are we teaching it in basic training? Are we teaching it in tech training? And oh, by the way, a lot of the folks that reach out to my office, whether it's through social media or email or whatever, like this isn't, junior airman stuff. Like I have, the master sergeants are the worst. So I have a ton of master sergeants and then a ton of LTs and captains. For the LTs and captains, I'm like, can y'all just email General Brown? Like I got enough things going on, but I'll be honest, like the amount of stuff that comes our way, we have got to, I appreciate that our airmen feel comfortable reaching out to us, but what I hope is that they feel more comfortable reaching out to the person on their right or left. I hope that they feel more comfortable reaching out to their fellow wingmen. I hope that they feel more comfortable reaching out to their own supervisors, their flight chiefs. There are a whole lot of people before things come to me, but what that requires is that all of us do our part and build a sense of trust. Because if they're reaching out to me, if our airmen feel more comfortable to reach out to the Chief Master Sergeant of the Air Force, then that tells you that there's probably a level of trust that is not there within their own sections. But this isn't something that somebody else has to fix. This is something that we all have to fix and get after. Again, like probably the most shocking piece was just how many folks reach out to my office. Again, I shared that with my husband one time. I was like, can you believe how many people reach out to us? And he's like, again, he's an Army guy. He's like, in his 27 years serving in the Army, never once in his life did he ever think to email the Sergeant Major of the Army. I don't know. It's a different time.
So I think we're coming back out to our live audience. We'll go with Sergeant Anseh.
Hi, ma'am. This is Lieutenant Cyrus from 2nd H class at Barksdale Air Force Base. My question is centered around more so like the feedback. So we have people that are promotioning through the system and everything. They look good on paper, but their leadership tactics kind of suck. So my question has it been considered to do a 360 feedback where it gives the member that is being supervised an opportunity to give a feedback to their supervision that can actually be filed no different from an ACA, so that it can be seen like, okay, well, how does this member feel under your leadership, and more so like lay out expectations, not just, from top down, but also bottom up.
Yeah. LT, tell us how you really feel. So yes, we are looking at that. In fact, right now, we're looking at 360s and and assessments, not just 360s, but just leadership assessments broadly. I'm looking at them in particular for chiefs. I'm looking at them for first sergeants. And then we've got a team that's going to look at them from a lens of how do we provide some of those assessments for all of our airmen. And I want to keep it there. I love that you said as part of feedback, because I think that it's important that if we have a 360 or if we have an assessment, that it's part of developing the airmen. It's part of developing us to be better. I do not think that it lines up well with an evaluation, right? Like, but the intent of an assessment is to help you develop and be your best self. And so we are looking at that right now. I hope that we will make some traction on that by the end of this year. If not by the end of this year, hopefully the early next year to be able to get after that. As a enterprise solution, what I will tell you, LT, is don't wait for us. Like there are units that are already doing a form of a 360 or an assessment. When I was a senior master sergeant, squadron senior enlisted leader at that time, during one of my feedbacks with my squadron commander, he had me do a 360. It was the first 360 I ever did, and that was one of the best feedbacks I'd ever had. So he had me do a 360 and then had me come face to face, and we did a feedback. Again, one of the most meaningful feedbacks I ever had. So we can start to do that now. We're trying to figure out some enterprise solutions, but don't let that stop you. Another unit I was at, I think it was at Whiteman, one of the attack squadrons at Whiteman had instituted a assessment 360, if you will, for all of their unit members to be able to assess each other, and it was working well. So until we get an enterprise solution, don't wait on us. Start to implement that at your level.
Great question, LT. Over to Sergeant King for our next question.
Hi, Chief. Lieutenant Colonel John Corr. I'm from Ellsworth Air Force Base, South Dakota. Not to transition, but this topic's a little off, but near and dear to my heart is the topic of infertility. So my twins are now 8. We went through IVF. We are dual military, dual aviator couple. Spent literally 7 years of our marriage apart. The Service Women's Action Network a few years ago identified that our infertility rates as service members is significantly higher than it is in the civilian sector. Are we looking into that? Are we looking for ways to compensate? We lovingly refer to our twins as our deployment twins because it took a whole deployment check to pay for them. And again, I jokingly say that as dual majors that we were able to pull it off, but for our younger airmen, it is a significant cost, and then, oh, by the way, childcare and all the other stuff that goes along with it. Are we looking at ways that we can better help our airmen and make these fertility challenges a little more accessible, realizing that we're in our fertility prime while we are serving our country and spent significant times away from our significant others? Thank you, ma'am.
Hey, Colonel, thanks for that question. It's actually, I wrote it down to prompt me on finding out where we are with that. It's not the first time the question's been asked, and we've been having these discussions regarding infertility and support for our service members with DHA and TRICARE both to be able to provide some kind of better solutions for you all, because most of our airmen are not going to be able to afford what you did. I appreciate the clarification on deployment twins too. That was not what I thought when you said deployment twins. But anyway, so we are taking a look at that. Let me follow up, and if you will pass your information to the team, I'll get a better answer on if we're making any headway for that. And if not, then I know we have some action groups that are trying to help push that, and perhaps we can link you up with them so that you can help us with those things.
Thank you, Chief. So we are about a little less than 10 minutes out. We have a few more questions in the audience.
Hello, ma'am. Technical Sergeant Kelly Son out of Ellsworth Air Force Base, 28th Security Forces Squadron. My question was, what is the way forward for the Air Force to ensure our junior airmen and officers have female leaders within their career fields to look up to? They don't get to the point where they're attacked and they see their first strong female leader in front of them, specifically defenders as well.
Yeah. Hey, that sounds like a question. That sounds like a question that perhaps the undersecretary might have taken on. I didn't get a chance to see that, but I know she loves that topic because it really gets after representation. It really gets after the topic that I was supposed to talk about, which is seeing and being seen. And it reminds me of what General Van Ovo says, which is sometimes you can't be what you can't see. And so the Air Force is taking a lot of efforts and initiatives with respects to D&I by making sure that if there are barriers that are preventing women in certain career fields or preventing women in certain communities from excelling, and it's barriers, right, that are kind of man-made barriers, and we've got to fix those. We're doing our job and making sure that we're uncovering what some of those barriers are and being specific in targeting that so that we can make sure that we start to have a denominator that allows us to keep that in. The challenge is, and I'll speak on the enlisted side, right? The officers have some other challenges when it comes to gender diversity. On the enlisted side, we're actually pretty healthy, and I'm actually pretty proud of where we are on the enlisted side when it comes to gender diversity. There's still some work that we can do, and some of the levers we've pulled, putting female tech training instructors into certain places that they otherwise might not have them, so that they can, our most junior airmen coming in the tech training pipeline can see themselves in those instructors first. So we're making some changes and some progress there. We're also making some changes through accessions by making sure that all airmen have opportunities to serve in different career fields and have a strong representation, again, across all kind of demographics. And while we're healthy on the enlisted side from a gender perspective early in our ranks, where I get concerned about is as they continue to go up through that pyramid that we were talking about earlier, as they continue to grow rank, in particular, chief, and then, in different positions within chief. So how do we keep those women in? It's a challenge that's not just on the military. It's a challenge certainly that happens in industry and corporate America, where women have to make personal choices on what keeps them in. But what we've seen is, to some degree, women, as they start to have families, tend to, our numbers start to peel off then as people are trying to make decisions on career or family or both. And so again, we've got a lot of initiatives trying to make sure that we're tackling all the barriers that would otherwise not allow us to stay in. The Women's Initiative team is getting after some of those barriers. The D&I office underneath the Secretary of the Air Force is getting after some of those barriers to, again, make it fair, make it easier for our mothers to be able to serve, and looking at all the policies, again, that might not be able to get after that. Some of that is, again, people are going to have to be able to see it. I'll share one quick vignette. When I was a chief at Ramstein, I remember sitting on a panel, and somebody had asked me about, how I balance or how I have harmony, right, with work-life balance, if you will. And I shared with them how it is utterly crazy in the Bass House. And from the outside looking in, people are probably like, man, they have their stuff together. And the reality is, I'm just like you all. We are doing our best to create harmony or balance in our house. And it is what it is. But it gets easier as you go up. It gets easier as you keep a strong tribe around you of people who can help encourage you while you're in the different seasons of life. And so, I just shared that, and then that was it. I didn't think too much about it. And then about 2 weeks later, a friend of mine hit me up and said, hey, Joe, I wanted you to know that when you were on that panel, one of our female tech sergeants had her separation paperwork in with the commander. And she went in and she pulled her separation paperwork, and the commander asked why. She said, if Chief Bass can do it, then so can I. So sometimes you have to have that representation for people to be able to see that if somebody else can do it, so can I. And so to you, the Defender Tech Sergeant, I would tell you, hang on in there, make decisions, that are best for you, that are best for your family, that's best for your specific journey, but you are encouraging people and you don't even realize.
Thank you, ma'am. Well, we are getting to the end of our time here with Chief Bass. So, ma'am, if you would not mind some closing remarks, and we'll bid you adieu.
Absolutely. Hey, thanks so much for spending some time with me. Thanks for spending some time to pour into you so that you can be your best self. I'd much rather be with you guys in person, but I'm kind of on spring break leave and then some other TDY stuff. I'll be honest though, as I prepped for this last night and I saw the good food you guys are eating there at LSU, I'm like, of course I miss out on this good food. So anyway, would much rather be there with you guys in person. I would have much rather have a fireside chat with my good friend Melvina Smith instead of staring at this camera here. But listen, thank you all for serving, especially at a time like this. We are not short of challenges in our nation. We're not short of challenges across the globe. And we're not short of challenges just, in serving right now. But each of you there are part of, and each of you on the virtual land are all part of the 1% who chooses to wear this uniform, and to our civilian teammates as well. You serve as well, but all of you are part of the 1% who chooses to serve our nation at a challenging time like this. So thank you for your leadership. Thanks for what you do. For those of you all who have family members, I'd love it if you would just reach out to your families later today on behalf of myself and my husband, Ron. Tell them thank you for their service as well. They serve too, and they allow you to be your best you. So with that, I look forward to seeing you guys out in your formations. I've got to get out to some of those places. I have not been to FE Warren yet, and so that's on my list of places to come to. Look forward to seeing y'all soon, and take care, strikers.
Thank you, Chief Bass, for your words of wisdom.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's kind of getting close to the end of wrapping up on day one. But before we go, at this time, we would like to welcome the Command Chief, Air Force Global Strike Command, Chief Master Sergeant Melvina Smith, for closing remarks.
So good afternoon. How was that? So I will tell you, I'm glad she talked about harmony and work-life balance, if you haven't already discussed that earlier today. And the reason why is because my SimSAF 19, your SimSAF 19, is currently on leave. And so because of how she feels about our strikers, General and Mrs. Cotton and Team Smith, she wanted to be here and do this for you virtually. So can you give another round of applause? So I had the opportunity to walk around a little bit and ask individuals about their takeaway from today. And so I'm going to share you with some of the things that they said. But first, let me just tell you, I am inspired just by the voice of equity and equality. I'm inspired by individuals like you who are in influential leadership positions that will lead yourself here so that you can also be developed and you can grow and understand how to grow our force as a whole. I'm inspired by an enterprise and a command who will take time out to do a women's leadership symposium. Can you give them a round of applause, the enterprise and the command? And some of the things that I heard today as I was walking around and talking to our team members were, Chief, I love some of the breakouts that we had. I love talking about emotional intelligence. I love hearing about individuals and some of the things that they talked about apologizing all the time. And I had to say, hey, you know, I've learned over the years that same thing. Even as your chief coming up, I've learned over the years to stop apologizing. Because if you're tasked and if you're performing your duty, what are you apologizing for? Just yesterday, I was running out from the squadron commander's course. We now call it a striker leader course because you have your new squadron commanders and their spouses in. We also have our superintendents in right along with them, and I was introducing, and then I had to run into the boss's meeting, and I said, hey, thanks for being flexible as I was talking to your squadron commanders. Or I'll say, thanks for your patience, and then I'll talk about the next thing I'm doing. And I've learned to quit apologizing for the things I'm doing if it's in the line of duty. If I'm doing things for our strikers. Those are things that they said that they learned. They also learned a lot from Dr. Shapiro. We've had some outstanding leaders, and all of that is because of a committee who came together and said, what are some of the things we've hearing? What are some of the trending things? What are some of the questions being asked? Let's make sure we bake that into these 2 days. Can you give them a round of applause? So when we had the fireside chat, there were some things that I was writing down. And one of the things I wrote down was the questions we should be asking, right? Why? Why not? Where's the data? Do you know how many times we've talked about that? Many times a senior enlisted leader will stand up and say, hey, how do I get my leadership to do this? Or how do I move them from one state to the next? And how do I get them to pivot? And you know what I share with them? You got to come with the data. Because leaders are not emotional. They're making decisions based on data. You can't come to them with problems. You have to come to them with problems and cause and solutions and data and get your feelings out of it. Because when you do that, they're able to make a great decision. So that was a great takeaway. You know, when she was talking about the data, what it made me think about is the fact that we should always think 2 levels up above our boss. And we should be asking ourselves the same questions, and we should have the answers before we go in and talk to them, because everyone has a boss. So if they're asking you a question, someone is asking them that question. And so we need to pose it as that so that they can be able to get to the answer as soon as possible. And as you were talking, I had some books that I wrote down, and I'll make sure the team gets this to you. But there's a book called Rising Athena, and it talks about how men should mentor women. There's a book I'm currently reading called The Leadership Challenge. It's a book I always open up. There's some books that I go back to over and over again. There's a book called Mastering Leadership. That's another good book. And there's a book called How to Be an Inclusive Leader. And when you start looking at How to Be an Inclusive Leader by Jennifer Brown, she talks about the continuum of being an inclusive leader. And we all may think we have it, but we can all grow. And she talks about going from being unaware to aware to active to an advocate. And we've heard the Honorable Secretary Gina Ortiz-Jones talk about advocating for others, didn't we? We heard her saying advocating for others. Well, you have to move from one spectrum to the next to be able to advocate for others. That takes courage. That takes courage, and that goes right into your theme. And we start talking about being authentic, our authentic self. That takes courage to step into your full skin and come as you are. To learn that life is about running your own race. No, I'm not looking to the left or to the right, but I did as an airman. I did care about that 1206. I did care about that award. I did care about who was getting a better promotion statement than me. And then I realized this is my race. This is my race. Remember your why. Why are you here? Why did you join? What are you doing? Did you get lost in the midst of that? In the day-to-day? Or do you remember your why? And what is your race? I'm sprinting all the way to the end. To be a better mother, to be a better wife, to be a better daughter, to be a better friend, to be a better superintendent. How about to be a better human being, like the boss said? How about that? So if we're running that race for ourselves, if you ever seen a marathon runner, or if you ever seen someone sprint to the finish line, they're not looking to their left and right. Well, maybe when they cross the line, they're looking behind them like, hey, you know. But before then, it's their race. And we have to remember that. We have to remember that. You know, the other thing I've learned is mentorship is a game changer. If I get through these points, I'll tell you about a story with a mentorship. But mentorship is a game changer. So I want to ask you, depending on where you are, who are you mentoring? Ask yourself that question. I know you didn't think I was just going to get up here and just talk, right? I'm not just an observer, right? I am going to make sure I challenge you so you can walk away and you can be reflective on what did you take away from this and what would you do with the information you found, the information you've gained. And so every time someone asks me a question, I'm like, okay, brace yourself because you got some work to do here as well. This is not just about gleaning. It's also about taking something away and pouring into others, investing into others, and paying it forward as well. So the other thing I heard from our team today is be kind, work hard, and be so good. And I was thinking to myself, oh, that's good. Because I've always paid attention to that. I've always thought to myself, hey, Mel, it's some positive self-thought, right? Hey, Mel, be so great that you cannot be denied. Make people tell you no. But you have to use your voice. You have to share your aspirations. You have to look at the individual that you're trying to emulate, those traits. I'm saying being authentic, be you, but if those are traits that you see and they have something that you don't have, go pull their coattail. I've never seen a mentor turn around and say, I don't have time for you. As a matter of fact, as many courses that the Air Force has sent me to and the jobs that they have entrusted me with, including being chief of the Chiefs Group at the Pentagon with SimSAF 18 as my mentor, right? In the midst of all of that, growing, developing, and doing all those things, at no point did I not think about paying it forward to someone else. Did I not think about making sure everyone else had what they absolutely needed to grow and to develop. Also, we heard integrated deterrence, campaigning, and building enduring advantages. There is no integrated deterrence without strategic deterrence. Well, they're definitely talking about Air Force Global Strike Command, aren't they? And so just yesterday, I was talking to 12th Air Force virtually, and what I shared with them is this. I really try not to go complex and try to say as grounded as possible when I'm talking to every single striker, because they need to understand the threat, they need to understand what's at risk, and they need to understand that every single one of our team members are valued members of the team and how they contribute to the mission at large. And so what I share with them is this. I said, hey, listen, in the morning when I'm driving to work, and the best part of my day is driving to work in the morning and taking my son to school, because we have some conversations when I'm taking my son to school. And so my husband calls my son and said, hey, tell your mom to slow down. And I'm like, how do he know I'm speeding? And so a little bit further, where that podium is right there, there's a police car. And as we get up to this police car, everybody stops and they creeps. And everybody behind my car creeps as well, right? They slow down. And then when we get right here, we start going fast again, right? Your chief don't speed. But listen, that is deterrence. That's deterrence. We saw that car there. The lights were not even on. We thought twice. That's what you as strikers, you do every single day when it comes to strategic deterrence. Whether on the ICBM, 365, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, our silent sentinels, or if you're on the 8th Air Force side of the house with our bomber task force, our CONUS to CONUS, I can't forget about the NAOC team. I can't forget about the NC3. And I definitely can't forget about the rest of our team members out there, our civilian workforce, because we're one team, one fight. You provide global strike, long-range precision strike every single day. That's strategic deterrence. That's strategic deterrence. People think twice about who we are and what they're going to do here because of what you do every single day. So when we talk about the threat, when we talk about what's at risk, we talk to every airman from the junior level to the senior level the same way, because we've all raised our hand to serve. We've all raised our hand to serve, and they need to know what that means to serve. And I'm talking to you from the mom of an airman, a military brat. I've experienced being dual military. And now we're married to a civilian who is also a disabled vet. I know what it feels like to be a single parent. And so it's very important to meet every single one of our teammates where they are. And so here's some takeaways from me before I share that last story and we get off the stage. This is what I've learned in my 30-year career thus far. The first thing is, man, you have to fight for feedback. To be here and talk about leadership, whether you're a male or a female, you have to fight for feedback. And it goes both ways. We can give our team members feedback and we can help them grow. I believe in a coaching culture where we're teaching individuals and we're giving them, asking them questions, powerful questions, so they can come to the conclusion and go back and do things the right way. That's how we accelerate change, by empowering them and holding them accountable. But I also believe in fighting for feedback. So if I'm saying, hey, boss, how am I doing? And they say, great. I need you to be a little bit more specific. Would you like for me to pivot? Do I need to change the way I'm doing things? Am I following your vision? Because that helps me grow. That helps me grow. I learned that success is not all about winning. Success is about growing. If I can walk away from a tour and step into the next opportunity and say that built me so that I can step into the next one more confident, then I'm okay. And so Colonel Culture, that's just a cool name. So Colonel Culture said, learn fast and learn forward. I'm like, that goes right along with success. It's not always about winning, it's about growing. I mean, some of our team members believe you have to win in everything. Did I grow? What did I learn? Did I go back and reflect and change some things so that I can step into this a little bit more confidently and be an effective leader? Because, by the way, there's people following me, and I can hinder them too as a leader. I talked about apologizing. I also talk about a coaching culture. By the way, your chief has been coached for about 6 years now. So if I've had an executive coach for about 6 years now, and it's simply a thought partner where we can talk about things and they can say, yeah, but was that the right decision? Because I believe it's time. You have to make time, and this is from a great mentor. You have to make time for faith, family. You have to exercise fortitude. You have to make time to rest, and you need time for reflective thinking. When is your time for thinking? There's so many bells and whistles going off on your cell phone and lights, and push that to the side and think. Whether that's getting up in the morning. I heard someone talk about yoga, and their leadership does yoga with their team. That's great. Is it meditation? Is it praying? What is your time? I do all of mine on the Peloton. So listen, I can watch Bridgerton. I can read a book. I can talk to my executive coach. I can do it all on the Peloton, but it's all good. Hey, listen, you have to look at the person in the mirror and be proud of the decisions that they're making. Look at the person in the mirror and be proud of the decisions that they're making. I've learned that I can only control what I can control, and that's me. And so based on whether it's biases or being treated a different way, I'm okay. I have grown to gain the courage to go back and talk to someone and say, hey, this is what happened yesterday. Was that your intent? And give them the opportunity to be conscious about what they did or what they didn't do. I put it back in their seat, not in mine. Right? So yesterday, I'll give you an example. I can say to a leader, hey, yesterday, you invited everyone in the office to this group and this luncheon, but you didn't invite this individual right there. Was that your intent? Because if you're not deliberate about being intentional and inclusive, then guess what you're being? You're being exclusive. That's not the work center we're trying to make here. Was that your intent? And put it back in their seat. I've also learned if they don't invest in you, well, they don't get the right to withdraw from you. I think that's worth repeating. People who care about your development will invest in you. They don't get the right to withdraw from you and let you walk in the door to your family, bitter, mad, upset, broken. You have to know who you are. And you have to be confident in it. So let me share with you the last story, and then I'll get off the stage. So her name was Senior Master Sergeant Marlinda Timmons, and I was a young senior airman at the time at Moody Air Force Base, Georgia, and I had the job of food service accountant. So this job, the only individuals over me was a flight chief and then the commander, the squadron commander. And they told me, hey, you're about to take this job. Let me tell you about this job. At the end of the month, you have to make sure everything is squared away when it comes to accounting and your numbers are perfect. Otherwise, you'll call the services center and they will tear everything up, right? There's a senior master sergeant up there. She doesn't play. She's really strict. And I'm like, okay, I got it. It's called the services agency then. And so I did everything that I can do. Individuals that get that position is about attention to detail, being meticulous to begin with. So I called, and she just tore that paperwork up just like they said. And I felt extremely bad. And so I said, okay, next month, we went back and forth until we got it right. The following month, I tried to make sure I was on my P's and Q's, and again, she tore the paperwork up. And so I said, okay, let me think through this. I looked through every AFI. I made sure if this happened, then this, and I thought 2 steps ahead of her, and I called her. This is the 3rd month in the job now. And I called her, and I went through all the numbers with her, and she had nothing to say. And I'm like, and then we hung up. And the phone rang, and it was her. And I was like, oh, my God. But this time, when I picked up the phone, thinking that she was going to find something wrong, you know what she said? She said, when is the last time you've taken classes? Are you involved in a private organization? Have you ever been put in for an award? And she started deliberately developing me over the phone, which I didn't know, very young, very naive. Fast forward, and back then we were having an ORI. We had failed one. We were having an ORI. And she called and said, hey, the team that's on that ORI has a chief master sergeant who's retiring. He has never given out the highest award, but he will if you do this. And she told me all the things that I needed to do. And I worked extra hours, and I was about getting it done. And she didn't spoon feed me. She just laid it out. And I had to get the work done, so I did. They came in, they had the ORI, got the highest award, and she called to say congratulations. Fast forward. Now my commander called us all in and said, hey, we're getting a new chief. She wasn't a chief, but squadron superintendent in the squadron, and he said her name, and I could have died. It's because I'm okay with you being afar, but don't come here, right? And so she came, and the first activity she went to was mine, and tore it apart. I was not the food service accountant this time. Now I was in the storeroom. And so I was in the storeroom, and it's, again, about attention to detail, the heart of the facility, and everything had to be just right, money coming in, money going out. And she came in and tore that place apart, and she said, hey, I'm going to make you the best you've ever been. And I called my husband and said, I think I'm getting out. I mean, I was expecting our second child. I was like, I don't know if I can do this. You know, what is her problem? You know, that's what I was saying. And we got to a point where we was at the end of the year, and it was perfect. They had never seen it perfect before. Fast forward. I'm in the hallway, and I'm about to test for tech. And someone's like, hey, her office is like right here. And they're like, hey, you're going to make it. You're like one of our dynamic NCOs. We know it. You're always on top of everything. I was like, I'm not going to make it because my first supervisor gave me a 4. And she came out of that office and put me at attention, tore me up and down. And she said, they didn't give you anything. You earned it. Just like you're about to go out there and you're going to study and you're going to earn that rank of tech sergeant the first time. And so I did. And I made it first time, just like she said. And she was the first to congratulate me. Fast forward. Now, my commander brings us together to say she's retiring. I'm like, yes. So she calls me to her office, and she said, hey, just want to let you know, I knew I was retiring before I got here. And they gave me one last assignment. And they said I can go wherever I want to go. And I came here because of you. She said, I came here to let you know I have never seen anyone who saw things out of the lens that you see it. It's never about I. It's always about team. It's always about process improvement. It's always about making people better. You're going to be a chief one day. She said, you may be the next chief master in the Air Force. And she handed me this book with everything she had ever did in it. EPRs, budgets, decorations, floppy disks. I'm aging myself. And she handed me this card and said, hey, call me if you need to. And I laughed, and I know I hurt her feelings. It's just naive, right? She said, you'll know what to do with it when the time comes. And so make tech first time, make master, right? I'm at the Senior NCO Academy, and the commandant comes in and said, hey, we have the same mentor, and she said to tell you congratulations. I'm like, okay, now she's a stalker, right? Make senior first time at Misawa, Japan. She writes and say, congrats. In Korea, make chief. And I'm like, oh my goodness, I need to tell my family. And the boss like, go tell your family. So I call my family, but the next person I think about calling is Sergeant Timmons. And so I can't find her. She didn't call me. She's always called me. And I'm waiting, don't hear from her. And so I get on Google and I start looking for somebody by that name. I find someone by that name in Las Vegas. And so I write, and then my husband a couple weeks later said, hey, this is FedEx in the mail from Marlinda Timmons. I said, open it, and she's like, I knew you would make chief. I'm so proud of you. And it made everything better. I'm at Barksdale now. And I get an email from Barksdale. We lost contact with one another. And the email was from a maintainer. It's an officer. I'm about to get promoted. I would love for you to be at my promotion. My godmother told me if I ever find a Melvina Smith in the Air Force to find you. She said, you're the best mentor and leader anyone can ever have. Can you please come to my promotion? I said, who is your godmother? Marlinda Timmons. I said, absolutely, I'll be there, ma'am. So I'm there, and I said, the only thing is you got to give me her number so we can connect again. And so we connected. And so my story behind that is mentorship is a game changer. Because Marlinda Timmons did not know about the Melvina Smith who ran in the Air Force after a tragedy in her family. Marlinda Timmons had no idea that I was broken and looking for self-identity and self-worth. But she took time to share with me what my potential was. And I stayed long enough because I was curious of what she saw that I did not see in myself. You have to be that leader. You have to be that leader that you're somebody's Marlinda Timmons. That you call someone in and say, hey, let's go to lunch. Let's have coffee. Let me tell you who you are. Let me tell you what I see. Let me tell you the things that you're able to, multifaceted, the tasks that you take on, the energy that you bring into the room, how you are an emerging leader amongst leaders. You have to be the one that does that. Because if you're not, we will not have the bench or the inventory that the Chief Master Sergeant in Air Force number 19 talked about. You have to be that one. You don't come here just to hear people speak. You come here to go back and reflect and say, what am I doing as a leader? How am I paying it forward? Who am I investing in? And when you do that, this 4th Women Leadership Symposium is worth every minute of it. So I want to thank you for being here and leading yourself here. And I want to thank the committee again. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Smith, for your remarks. This concludes day 1 of our symposium. Before you leave today, we invite you to please sign the 2022 Women's Leadership Symposium Board located right outside the theater. Our next event is the Mentorship Dinner being held at the 601 Spring Event venue. If you have prepaid and will be attending, we will see you at 1800 hours. Have a great evening, and thank you for kicking off an amazing event with us. I did it.